The committee of the whole is back in order. We have now moved on to item J, page 17, section 14, which is Department of Land Management. I'd like to welcome this morning again the Governor's Chief Advisor, Mr. John De La Rosa. Sorry. It's been days and days. I should know you by first name, back name, front name, middle name. And Mr. Terry Martera from Land Management. Maybe, Terry, before we start, if you can introduce everyone here from Land Management.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. I'm Terry Martera, Acting Director for Land Management, and beside me is Mrs. Bernie Taitigui. She's our ASO, and beside her is our Acting Deputy Director, Mr. Mike James, and our Acting Chief Planner, Mr. Carl Antalan. Good morning.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we are now on item J, Land Management. On Land Management, okay, no comments, no questions. Okay, Land Management, if there's no comments or no questions. Do you have a question? Senator Wampat.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Thank you very much,
morning.
Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure, because I spoke with the senior senator the other day, and I don't think we've been asking the same question as the staff, the vacant positions. Have that been turned in already?
I think you passed it out, right?
Yes, ma'am, we did. We submitted those yesterday afternoon. All of our vacant positions, all of which are unfunded. We have 48 vacant positions, ma'am.
48, okay. And so, and your percentage cut, or what's the dollar amount for your cut?
The dollar amount of the cut, I'd like to go ahead and give that to our ASO.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you. The Department of Land Management was appropriated $2,195,262. And considering the 2.5% cut, that'll be $87,370, giving us
Okay, 2,140,000.
Yeah, 3,407,449.75.
No, at page 17 of the governor's bill, should be 2,140,000. That we're talking about the general fund, not all the other funds that you have received.
I see, ma'am. Because we also have another fund.
Yes, you're right. You have the land survey revolving fund. You're right. Okay, but we're only addressing the general fund then. Now, so the total all the vacancies that you have, you said they've all been they have not been funded. Then they've been all in the budget, have been zeroed out. Then, okay, so that won't be a savings. So where's the 87,000 cut going to come from? How are you going to?
The salary, we have one.
But which one?
One employee who is in active military duty.
For how long?
Until 2008.
So
Can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
sorry.
Thank you.
We have one military duty personnel that is in active duty until 2008.
I'm just
But
curious,
we are
how
still-
long has that person been out for?
4 years? Going on 4 years.
4 years?
Yes.
Wow, I think that's something we need to look at as the government, because I didn't realize that it's for 4 years. I thought some of these duties are short term.
Yeah. Well, somehow he has orders up to 2008.
And and by law, of course, that means that you in your department is going to have to pay for retirement and
Right. The benefits.
all the benefits. You're right.
Yes, sir. Yes,
without
ma'am.
the individual being there.
Right.
Does that include increments as well, whether the person's there or not? Are you doing that as well?
There was no increment submitted on his time
Because I know
because
we
we
had.
can't evaluate him.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. I thought it was an automatic thing, but you're right. It should be based on an evaluation of performance, but I know
Right.
I'm off. All right, so the dollar amount then for this savings is not 87,000. So what else are you going to be using?
Some employees will be, one individual employee is being promoted to Public Works. So her salary will remain in the office because she will be occupying a 100% federal fund
In
salary.
Public Works.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you're going to go ahead and freeze that one
Yes.
position.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the remaining salary for that is what?
I'm sorry, I didn't calculate hers yet. Her
Okay, but-
last day will be Friday, this
Okay.
coming.
But between the two, you would be saving then on salaries.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're good. Did your department receive any employees or transferred into your department from the governor's office?
Yes, ma'am. We have one, a private secretary, ma'am.
And did the salary come from the governor's office, or is that salary coming from land management?
That salary is coming from land and management, ma'am.
And when did you get the position?
The position is set March 19th. March 19th, ma'am.
March of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to interview this person?
I personally did have an opportunity to interview the person. Yes, ma'am.
Were there other candidates also?
Not didn't have any other. I didn't have any other candidates, ma'am. No.
Okay, so this is a private secretary assigned then to you.
Yes, ma'am. She is.
And the position is an unclassified position?
It is an unclassified position.
Is it also within your budgeted amount?
It is within our budgeted amount.
Are there any specific function of land management that had you not need to cut, that you would really consider a critical service for the island?
Any replacement of that? Across the board, ma'am, let me give you a real quick picture. Right now, we're supposed to be designed to have about 104 staffers completely. We're running at about 48 right now. Just in administrative support alone, we're behind by 7 positions. So any help that we can get, that comes even from the front office that we can get, we can actually use right now. So in terms of a lot of administrative support, everything from clerical to typing to administrative support in general, we're way behind. But
So-
now, any person that comes in, including this position, it does serve a real
So
purpose.
in what capacity then would this private secretary then be serving? I mean, if you're saying that all across the board, no other different divisions or sections of land management, you're lacking a lot of clerical support, will this private secretary then be tasked to help in all the other divisions and sections?
Yes, ma'am. Mainly, of course, up in where I'm at right now, because it also frees up the other staffers who are more versed in the specific areas to be able to help out as well. So, right across the board, it's a positive and forward movement decision that we've done by taking her on board.
Okay, because I know we've been getting a lot of complaints. As a matter of fact, it's taken, they said, literally years. I'm not talking about 2 years, 3 years for people to get documents from land management, and I'm just concerned that if you're going to get a position like this where they could assist, like you say, to take away some of those extra duties that the others would be tasked to do. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Juan Pat. We are on land management. Okay, no other comments? Oh, Senator Gutherts.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, and good morning to you. Where have you relocated? To the ITC building? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The ITC building, 3rd and up in the 7th floor, different office spaces.
Okay. And how have you been able to secure your historical land records there?
They're secured in a vault, an area that we secured that's specific just only for our documentation. Specifically, I'd like to go ahead and pass it on to Carl. He can give you some of the specifics on that if there's
Okay.
anything
Yeah,
else.
especially the Spanish records.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
When we were contracting out to go to the ITC building, one of the requirements that we had was to secure those documents. And we have specific, how would you put it, specification as to exactly what we wanted, that it had to be enclosed, where windows were already existing. We had them put up shutters so that it would be secured. And in addition to that, we also had certain, what do you call that, requirements for the documents itself. In other words, the air conditioning, because the documents become brittle. And so physically, that in a nutshell is what we had done to secure a vault for those documents.
Are you also planning to create an electronic record of those documents for long-term protection?
Yes, to answer that, we have, as a matter of fact, we have a couple of individuals, and they're from Utah. They're currently scanning documents, and they're working from way back when, from the older documents and coming up to the present ones.
Very good.
Yes, so we do have a couple of individuals doing that.
That's good to know. The public should know that because these documents are very important. Now, two other things, and this has to do with our financial difficulties, and I'm sure that our good chairman would probably appreciate this. I have a couple ideas to help reduce some of the costs in our government. At the same time, provide a home for two government entities that currently are sort of on their own. And the purpose would be to maximize resources and talent that already exists in the Department of Land Management, and also help reduce some of the overhead costs for these very tiny offices. How would you folks feel about accepting the Ancestral Lands Commission and the Chamorro Land Trust Commission into your organization? They would, of course, maintain their boards, but the idea would be to have them as divisions within your department.
Well, we're open to any idea, ma'am, that would come from the legislature. But just so you have an idea right now, from the direction of the governor, you like to use the term to bunk in. So we've came up with a plan based upon our current floor space and reducing our floor space needs for Department of Land Management, making smaller spaces, putting our team together closer, making available larger spaces for ancestral lands and for the Chamorro Land Trust. In fact, we sent out a letter just a couple days ago, or late last week, to them, illustrate the whole plan that we have on our floor space. So we're really working in that direction.
So you're thinking ahead. That's very good,
Yes, ma'am.
because I think in the miscellaneous section of this bill, I will be offering those two amendments. And of course, the advantage of doing that would be to consolidate related functions, but still allow them to have their separate identity because of their separate mission, reduce the necessity for unclassified directors and deputy directors for very small agencies, and authorize the establishment of administrator position for each of those two areas as classified positions within your department. So that's what I'm going to offer later on, Mr. Chairman, in the miscellaneous section of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Guthert. Senator Shimizu, and then
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, ladies and gentlemen from the Department of Land Management, welcome. Thank you for coming. I have just a quick question while I have them here. What is the position of the department in terms of the legislature being involved in spot zoning?
Let me answer it this way, Senator. Certainly is within your power to do so, but however, it would always be advisable if that spot zoning requests were routed to the department. We do have a layer of review committee, and this committee is composed of the permitting agencies of the government, and we do have public hearings as well in the municipality, and then ultimately goes before the Guam Land Use Commission for final approval.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that question, Mr. Chairman, I know it's not maybe financial in numbers, but you know, the legislature sometimes responds to the needs of the community in terms of whether they have a timeline to be able to develop their property and so forth. And I have seen this in the past, in the early days, not as much now, but there is some cases that has been brought to my attention that they started the process with land management, and it's taken a long time. And if I understand correctly, it was as a result of maybe not having a quorum. Has that been your problem?
No, Senator. We've been having quorums for the Land Use Commission. Certainly, perhaps in prior years, we've had cases where there was no quorum.
Oh, okay.
And perhaps maybe that may have alluded to the delay in time frames.
Yeah, you know, maybe what we need to do with something like that is that, how many members of the board?
There's currently 7 members of the commission.
So maybe, well, I was just thinking, maybe what we need to do is that to be able to have alternates. For example, you don't get the quorum for whatever reason, you can be able to pull up from the reserves, so we can get this process going so that they don't come necessarily to the legislature, because I'm not an expert in all the zoning requirements. I understand in one case there was a property owner who had originally had their building permit under a residential. So they got the building permits under residential, and they, I think, either sold the property, and now they're going into a commercial venture. They want to rezone it to commercial within a residential area. And they went through the process, the first 2 steps, but the commission, I think, sent it back because they didn't have all the documents. And I think they just gave up on that for whatever reason, and are coming now to the legislature to say, can you spot zone this? Can you spot zone this? Now, like I said, I'm not an expert on that. And in this body, just like in your body, what it really works is the numbers. You get the numbers, you get it zoned. And whether we have all the technical information or not, it gets zoned. I feel a little bit uncomfortable when we are able to have that process. But at the same token, I'm a little bit uncomfortable when it takes a long time because there is not a quorum. But I've been seeing now that they've been having hearings. So when they come before this body, I would recommend they go back to you folks, because you guys look at the nuts and bolts and have the public hearing and have everybody else. I don't want to know that later on they build a high-rise commercial right next to my little residence. And we always have to look for the best interest of everybody, including those that are not as deep pockets and have political signs on their properties and work through that. But by the same token, we have to be open to respect, to allow people to come to us. My question is that it's taken so long. What can we do? What can we do to help you? What can I do, and I'm sure my colleagues may follow suit, to help that process of zoning to help that process for titles. I understand titles sometimes takes about a year. What can we do to be able to accelerate that? Gentlemen, I'm asking a question. What can I do, or what can we do? This is the time, the budget.
So eventually, with the turnaround of the economy and all, then of course it would be getting funded for our staff, towards full staffing. But until that time comes, we are still able to meet up to our mandate, sir.
No, but my question was this: it takes a lot of people in the public will come to this body, and maybe you didn't hear me earlier. They would come to this body and ask the question about the spot zoning. What is it that we can do to be able to accelerate that? I mean, from what I understand, it takes about 1 year. Is it reasonable? Is it correct when people say it takes 1 year to take a title? I'm not sure.
Let me have Carl go ahead and explain. There's a process that's involved, and they involve many portions of our divisions in our
Sure.
agency.
I think I know which particular one that you're referring to, Senator, on this rezoning. And if this is that particular application or request that had come through the office, there's more than meets the eye. And I don't want to bring it up here in the legislature, but that I think is a unique case. I don't think we're running 1 year. We're averaging by operations of law itself within 30 days. I'm sorry, within 60 days. So you're looking at an application that would be filed. Once accepted, will go through the application review committee, and once after the review committee by executive order, we would have to wait 60 days for two things to occur. One of the action that needs to occur is that we would have to wait for the application review committee to submit their position, and the other one is within that 60 days, we're holding a public hearing in the municipality. So all total, if you look at it, we're actually going into the third month before the Land Use Commission. So that 1 year that you have been mentioning on this particular zoning request probably is a unique one. And if that be the case, there's more to it than meets the eye in terms of that particular application.
Yeah, no.
So
There was two parts that I had. One was the zoning request, and the other one was to get your certificate of title.
Okay.
I think the certificate of title is the one I'm talking about a
Okay.
year. The question on the zoning that I directed to the director and anybody that can answer it was that the issues of spot zoning. I'm comfortable because that's the fast track, and sometimes we move the fast track, we might impact the lives, and it's a point of no return. In terms of zoning areas, but the other one was the issuing of title. Is there any truth to that? Because I have not had a title. I have not bought any property since. So
I don't think at one time, yes. One time back in the previous administration, the certificates of title were put in abeyance simply because of backlogs and not enough staff. And to this date, we're still short-staffed. But we're not as backlogged as previously. We're running, I think, about 6 months behind schedule, behind issuance of the CTs. But the CTs are being issued, and we're trying to get to them as quick as we can. So
yeah,
the
so
1 year is not-
you reduced it from, and congratulations,
Yes.
at least you reduced it from 1 year to 6 months.
Right.
But let me just ask a very quick question. What is the industry standards on certificate of titles in other jurisdictions? If I bought a property today and I want to be able to go down and get my title so that I can use it for other financing needs to collateralize my property in order to build a house on top of it, what's normally the for certificate of title?
To tell you the truth, Senator, that's not in my expertise. Planning is my expertise, and that could best be answered by our acting deputy civil registrar. But he's not here today.
Okay.
Certainly, I can get back to you and let you know.
Sure,
what the
that would
industry
be good
standards
because I know that that has been a concern that was raised, and again we're looking at the budget, and I want to make sure that that at least those two things, the issues of zoning, so that we be able to give you the resources so that you will be able to respond to people as quickly as possible and they'll be satisfied that the Territorial Land Use Commission, or whatever it was called before, is able to respond. And if you feel that we need to be able to have auxiliary members on that board in case you don't have a quorum, you can call them in. And then also the certificate of title. The third one is that, when there's issues of land exchange, we've had public hearings in the past, but I would hope that maybe land management would participate in that, because we only hear it from one side of the testimonies, and I wanted to see what is the other side in terms of people who really are entrusted with the land. And given the resources that you guys are doing, I sympathize with you. You're doing the best that you can with what you have, and of course, you're here today to testify on the governor's cut. The governor's cut, and maybe cutting even deeper into land management. But land is very, very precious. It's one of the assets that the people of Guam has, and we should be able to protect it, and we should be able to service the people much quicker. And if there's anything that we can do as a body down the road, I stand ready to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Shemuzu. Again, we're in land management. If there's no other comments or questions, if there's no other comments or questions, you had a follow-up, Senator Juan Pat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, one of our colleagues had asked this question, and the director had offered this information that you were going to do some consolidation of some other commission members to be a part now of your rental space that you have, and you had mentioned the Chamorro Land Trust and the Ancestral Lands Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
And what has prompted the move of these two commissions to now be housed in this with land management?
Ma'am, at this point, it's simply a proposal. What we did is just take the floor plan that we have right now, try to consolidate our areas into smaller areas, our teams, our divisions into smaller areas, thereby leaving leftover space that could hopefully be able to accommodate the other agencies, Chamorro Land Trust and Ancestral Lands. It's simply a proposal that we've mapped out and we sent in their direction. I'm waiting for their response. And this idea, this type of thinking actually comes from our governor, because he's thinking in terms of how we can save money, come up with some ways that we could be able to save money for the people as a whole. And this is one of the areas that we're taking a look at. By doing this, we're sharing space. We could probably even share we'll be able to share our function rooms as well, for meetings, for board meetings, for public hearings, and so forth. We'll be able to do that as well. So this is what we're working on.
Well, I think that's really creative, especially at a time like this. I just like to make sure that I caution you to the extent that you're not just doing, although in the surface it may appear that that's exactly what it is that you're trying to do, but further down the road, that I do not want it to have the appearance of a reorganization without it actually having to come before the legislature. So I just want to make sure that is not the case. But the part of sharing, I think, is great.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's it. I think that concludes. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Pangilinan.
Just, I'm sorry, I'm a little late. For the record, the current vacancy listing that we have here are all zero funded. Is that correct? So that there is no savings at all in cutting this out. And the reduction in the budget, is that just restricted to the general fund, or are they going to cut your land survey revolving fund budgets also?
Just the general fund, sir.
Just the general fund,
Yes.
and that's going to amount to?
Looking at 87,370.
Okay, 87.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's actually 54,880, sir.
54,881.55.
Yeah. And that's going to come from where? That's going to be a real hard cost reduction.
Yes, sir.
So is that going to be out of contractual? Is that going to be out of?
Oh no, this is salary, and we were looking into one military individual who is in active duty, and one individual who is promoted to public works, and her salary is 100% federal fund. So
Okay.
those are the two salaries that we will be pulling the cut from.
But you're still going to have to transfer somebody into that federal position?
No. The individual is
Moving
being
to
hired
Public Works?
to Public Works, and
Right.
she's occupying the 100% federal fund
At Public Works?
at Public Works.
Okay, so at land management, she's being funded at
General fund.
general fund,
Yes,
and
sir.
that amounts to
I'm looking into $18,545.
okay. And my understanding is you've also recently been the recipient of a secretary referral from the front office,
Yes, sir.
and that happened when
Happened around March 19th.
of this year.
Yes, sir.
Did they just have an
So sorry, March.
overabundance of private secretaries up
March
in
5,
the
sir.
front office? I mean, or are these people? I mean, were they secretaries up there when she moved? Was that her position, and she was laterally transferring into a secretary position, or did she? Do you know what her position was at the front office?
At the front office, I believe they have a variety of different positions. She would be a staff assistant.
Okay, so I'm just kind of, I mean, the department, if the department needs a secretary, it should have a secretary, no doubt, in order to function efficiently. But if it wants one, it should hire somebody who's a professional secretary. That's why we have the merit system and so forth. And I know that you may decide it's unclassified, but still, unclassified hires does not give you leeway in terms of hiring people outside of that position function. I mean, you still need the skills to function effectively, and that's really the great sense of feeling that it's just not right. We're not doing this the right way, and it's just, we all know that happens. Sometimes I think that every governor should get like 500 positions, period, and he can put them anywhere. He can put them all at his house, I don't care, but leave everybody else alone, and every position that needs to be filled in a professional manner through the merit system, and then we're done. But to try and slot these people in, into professional positions, merit positions, and so forth, it's just not right. And I think it doesn't do us we're not doing the merit system any justice. We're not doing the regular employees who compete for their jobs, who look forward to promotions and so forth. We're just not doing them any favors, and neither are we doing anything to enhance the professionalism of the department. And this is why I think we get such a reputation, in terms of that we're just not doing things right. And it just continuously saddens me to see these kind of things happening at the expense of really protecting the merit system and the regular employees and so forth. The job of the department, how closely and what do you have joint programs with the Chamorro Land Trust? I know that at one time Chamorro Land Trust was almost a subdivision or a department or division of the land management. Are there current programs you guys are running, doing survey contracts together or anything of that nature at all?
Thank you, Senator. We do have that service available for them, only if need be. But most of the time, the survey is contracted out.
Okay.
By their.
So you have no more in-house surveyors?
Yes, we do have in-house.
You do
surveyors.
have.
Yes, we do.
You do.
For land management, we do.
For land management.
Chamorro Land Trust, no.
What is the bulk of the work of the in-house surveyors right now at land management?
The bulk is most of the requests are coming from the mayors.
Okay.
Whatever they need to, if they need some easements, some rights of way issues, concerning their constituents, we will assist them in that in those areas. And there's a lot of those requests coming in, sir.
There are?
Yes, there are.
Yeah. Basically, they're just for relocation of points.
Yes, relocation of points and trying to identify the, because there's prior problems and issues, and they're out there to make sure that the points are correct.
Okay, and you have how many people within the survey department?
There's about 22 staff.
22 staff?
Yes. We have two crews, two surveyor crews.
2 surveyor crews.
Yes, sir.
That seems that's it's a lot bigger than I thought. And if we have those
But-
resources,
So we have staff reviewing plans, maps. We have staff, doing research, and so they're all spread out.
okay. So, now we have a crossfeed here.
We better close that door. Can we have the? Oh my goodness. Let's take a 1-minute recess just to clear up the audio. We are going to take a 1-minute recess. Okay, the committee of the whole is back in order. Senator Pangilinan, you recognized?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. They're probably just recording; it's not on maybe. But just wanted to clarify, Mike, on the
Staff.
the staff on the revolving. It's not 22. It's
No, the total number is 22, 8 vacant,
okay.
and 14 active.
14 active.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying these individuals are not really just a survey crew; they're also plan, check, review, and things of that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Senator.
All right. Terry, I just wanted to get a clarification and something cleared up with regards to this digital imaging project that was entered into between the Utah Genealogical Society and the Department of. Is the project completed?
It's just about to be completed. From what I understand, the last report is supposed to be within the next month or so. But sir, you know what? I can get clarification on that towards.
Yeah,
we're supposed
because
to be getting towards wrapping it up.
the response to the letter I'd sent to the governor's office, the lieutenant governor's office responded. They came back to me and said they haven't started. And then I find out, then I talked to the individual who's with the Latter-day Saints here, and he says, oh no, we're almost done. So I still had those concerns as outlined there. Are we going to get something useful to us? Are we giving up something really with regards to our resources? Is it in a format that's going to be accessible to the public? I mean, just some questions in terms of what this project does. Then now I find that they also got a grant or issued a grant to the, and this is my point exactly. The Genealogical Society paid the University of Guam $100,000 to digitize their records up there, the land records up there, and the genealogy records up there. And land management just allowed them in for free for nothing. And that's really the point I'm trying to stress in terms of how we approach this project. You know, shouldn't they be paying us to answer that? Because when we go to make a copy of a record, we pay land management, yet we gave this organization copies to everything for free. And all in return we got was a single disc copy according to the MOU I saw. So I just thought we were on not the good end of the deal on that. And now we find that not only, you know, that they gave a $100,000 grant to the University of Guam to access the records up there. That one of the individual professors received a $100,000 grant from the Genealogical Society of Utah to access records and make digital copy of land records up at Mark. And that's why I had concern about that record, or the MOU. I think Joe Borja had the same concern in a draft memo he sent, and yet the governor went ahead and executed it, from what I understand. And this is the disparity we have. We could have made some money there, because we're charging individuals who walk in the door, I don't know, is it $1, $5 for a map now? I'm not sure what the cost is. Is it $5 for every map that we get a copy? Now, this contract or this MOU allowed them, they digitize the maps too?
I believe we're working on documents, sir. Just the documents. But I can get more clarification on that.
Yeah. But that's really, those were some of the things I had concerns about. And now I find this additional information. It kind of reassures me that I think I was on the right track with regards to giving away too much in terms of what happened here and how that MOU was one-sided, I think.
I see. Any information you need, sir, I'll just go ahead and make sure our staff is available to you to get all the details you need, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Jesse Lujan, and then we'll have your answer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Terry, how long have you been with DLM now? How long?
Beg your pardon, Senator?
How long have you been assigned to?
Oh, since March 9th.
March of,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay. Terry, I need to ask this question because, in previous agencies as well, we had discovered that there have been transfers to those agencies. Have you had a transfer into your agency from the governor's office?
Have I been transferred?
No, have you had any transfers into the agency from the governor's office? Any positions?
Are you referring to the our private secretary?
Private secretary
Yes,
or
sir.
whatever.
Yes,
You've had a transfer. Okay. When did that transfer occur?
Around the same time I came on board, sir. A little
But-
bit after me.
Okay. That transfer, again, didn't go to, it was transferred from the governor's office, not necessarily through a merit system then, right? It's
No,
a
sir,
private,
not
it's an
through
unclass?
Yes, an unclassified position. Unclassified position.
Unclassified position. Okay. What is so that's a private secretary position?
Yes, sir, a private secretary position.
Okay.
Close the door. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're having some audio problems here. I'm going to call for a 1-minute recess. Committee of the whole. I think we have the technical difficulties squared
Solve
away.
the problem. Okay.
Senator Lujan, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mortero, let me go back again and ask the question that I previously asked. Have you had a transfer into Department of Land Management from the governor's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's in the position of
Private secretary.
private secretary. Okay. What is the salary of this private secretary?
31K. 31,000.
31,000. Did that money come with the transfer, or are you guys assuming the salary?
We are assuming the salary.
You're assuming the salary. Okay. This and it's an unclassified position, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. It is an unclassified position.
Okay, so it's safe to assume then that the unclassified position being transferred from the governor's office then did not necessarily go through the merit system.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Have there been any new purchases since you've been there, or in the past few months?
Are you referring to like computers or vehicles, capital improvement projects? Sir?
Yeah, vehicles.
Not yet, sir. We're working on a process paperwork with GSA.
Okay, how many vehicles are
We
being?
don't have any new purchases right as of this time. No computers, no computers or cars yet.
No cars, no
In our
computers yet.
additional inventory.
Any cell phone purchases?
No, sir.
No cell phone purchases. Okay. And of the transfer, only one person has been transferred.
Yes,
only
sir.
one person. Okay. And that transfer has been there since about the time that you've been there. You said
Yeah, March 5th, sir.
March 5th. 5th, and that's in the position of personal secretary, right?
Personal secretary.
Personal secretary. Okay. And you said you have purchase orders out for new vehicles and computers?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. How many vehicles?
Well, we're expecting about 4 vehicles to replace our survey vehicles, but as of this time, I'm having all of those put on hold.
Okay. Okay. And computers, you're needing upgrading?
Update of computers.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And also, those are going to be currently put on hold until further notice.
We get in better shape, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's all for right now.
Excuse me?
That's all for right
Okay,
now.
thank
Yeah,
you very
yeah.
much, Senator Lujan. Okay, I think that dispenses with all comments or questions for Department of Land Management. I want to again thank you very much, Mr. Mortero, and your staff. And we're going to take a few minutes recess to get the next department in. The committee of the whole is back in order. We have now Department of Parks and Rec. I'd like to introduce Mr. Joe Duenas. Joe, maybe you can introduce the rest of your staff as well.
Joe Duenas, Acting Director of Parks and Recreation. To my right, I have my Deputy Director, Greg Montanani. And to his right, we have Priscilla Richards, who is the Chief of Administration at the department.
Okay, again, thank you and good morning. Senator Wonpat, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to ask for certain things that they have requested. One is the vacant positions from your department.
Okay. One of the staffers right now is photocopying that.
Okay.
But we do have 14 funded vacancies.
14 funded vacancies.
Which
okay.
equate to about $453,000.
Okay. And what is your share of the cost cutting?
Well, we've
Dollar
been tasked. We've been tasked, like the other agencies, to cut a minimum of 2.5%.
And the dollar amount is?
I was calculating that myself. The dollar amount actually in the bill that I saw was 8%, which comes out to $303,961.
$303,000.
And 3,000.
303,000.
961. Yes. So roughly 304,000. By not filling the funded vacancies, the department would save 453,000, which is roughly 12% of our approved budget.
You started out with how much from the general fund?
I believe that's 3.754? 3.7 million.
Okay, because you're also receiving a separate fund, which is the Public Recreation Services Fund of 154,000.
Yeah.
And what's your total number of employees?
I'm sorry?
Total number of employees?
I believe we're at 78 right now.
And to date, what is the dollar amount that you have received from your allotment?
$2.125 million.
Now, let me ask you something because I'm kind of curious. So, now, although we are looking at vacancies, funded vacancies that are not going to be filled as a means to address the cuts, however, it is not part of your daily cash or monthly cash or biweekly cash that's needed. So how then is the not filling of these positions that you normally don't anyway ask for the cash to be paid out from your department?
That's one cost savings mechanism, of course, if we don't fill what we're budgeted for. We're also looking at other ways, including reassessing the communications we have out there in the field, like iConnects. We're going to probably try to bring that down some. We're reassessing our utility bills, seeing if there's areas that we can cut back on in power consumption and water consumption. So we are looking at other vehicles to cut costs. In addition to that, we're exploring outsourcing several of the parks, the Northern District. We found that this would save the government they could do it for about 50%, and I have the figures here, of what the government is paying for right now.
Can you share that with us, please?
Yes, I can.
You have it in
I have it on a spreadsheet. I have one, but if I could read it to you first,
Okay.
and then I could pass. Okay. What we did is we calculated what the manpower for the department was as far as grass cutting out there, how much the government of Guam is spending. What we came up with was that the government of Guam spends roughly $549,000 per annum on manpower alone. When we went and bid out the northern parks, which is 14 parks, we went and factored how much we're getting per acre. The lowest bids that we came up with came out to roughly $225,000 if we were to outsource that. So just based off of the low bids, it showed us that the private sector could do this for roughly less than half of what the government is paying for, which would be a $324,000 cost savings per annum. What we also did, just to make sure that we didn't get too many low bids, is we went out and we calculated what the mean bid was. With the mean bid, we came up with the private sector doing it for roughly $542. I'm sorry, $305,542, with the cost savings to the government of $244,000. So in both scenarios, if we outsource grass cutting per se, it appears that the private sector, based off the bids we've received thus far, could do it at approximately 50% of what the government is doing it for. In this particular case, when it comes to grass.
But you mentioned that this is what you would spend in terms of manpower.
Yes.
Per year, but that's for the entire island. But now your bid, just to get an idea of what it will cost, would only be then for the northern area. So,
okay. Well, again, what
happens to the south and the central then? So by
what we
the
did
time,
is we averaged in and we went by, based off the bids we're getting in, how much per acre are we actually getting? We had our chief planner put those stats together. If you want specifics on the northern area, which is our biggest segment of grass, it came out to the department spends roughly $16,900 per annum manpower in cutting those areas. The lowest bids that came in at $10,000 per annum, which is a cost savings of roughly $6,000. So the department spends $16,900, and the lowest bids that we got in were $10,100. If you factor in what the mean bids were, it would come out to $13,000, which still shows a cost savings in manpower. And this is not factoring in equipment procurement. This is not factoring the savings from bush cutters and whips and fuel and oil. So clearly, in this case, it appears that outsourcing would save the government some money.
So now, is that based on the 78 employees you have, and it does not now include the 14 other vacant positions?
No, it doesn't, ma'am. Right now we have, I believe, our crews are broken up into 5 persons per crew. We probably have a northern crew which consists of 5 people, a southern crew with about 5 people, and a central crew of 5 people which take care of the parks maintenance in those areas.
Can you let us know if you have, let me ask you, do you have a private secretary?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
You
do.
do. So do you have any other unclassified positions besides yourself, your private secretary, and the deputy?
No, I don't.
That's it.
Yes.
Have you received or to have anyone transferred into your department from the governor's office?
No, we have not.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Wampat. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the vacancy list from number 8, 9, 10, and 11, these are the territorial patrol, park patrol officers, right?
Yes, sir.
They are commonly referred to as the park rangers.
Yes, sir.
I understand the previous legislature appropriated some money so that you can beef up the protection of the parks to 6. Does this mean then you only have 2 on board?
Right now we have 3 rangers on board.
You know, right now it lost the front page article about this problem with the parks and the maintenance of it and the lack of protection. That means that this cut then would freeze the filling of the 4 vacancies for the park patrol?
No, not necessarily. The cuts that we've been tasked to cut comes out to we've been tasked to cut at 2.5%. We've been tasked to cut 93,000. Okay, if we were to cut 8%, it would come out to 303,000. The vacancies that you see before you equate to 453,000. So there's room there to hire all 3 rangers without making those cuts.
Okay, on the issue of maintenance, how much does the Parks and Recs use of the Public Works program of the Department of Corrections? I understand they can come out and do some of this cleaning, the cemetery, for example, and some of these parks.
Yeah, no, the Department of Corrections, they've been a great partner with us. They are taking care of a large segment of our parks, such as Epal Beach Park and several others. We've also contracted, since I was at the department, Nimitz Beach is on a private contract. Teague Cemetery has been on a private contract. And what I've observed over the course of the past 4 years is that what was originally bid out for that private contract has gone down from $5,000 per month to about $1,000 per month. So it appears in the case of outsourcing grass cutting out that the government saves quite a bit of money.
Could you try and continue to find ways to utilize as much as possible the Public Works program of the Department of Corrections?
Absolutely. The only thing that, from my observation with using other agency workforces and also adopt-a-park scenarios, is that you basically get what you're paying for, meaning if DOC gets rediverted somewhere else because of a special project, or if an adopt-a-park company doesn't want to continue with the project, you can't really force them to continue, and that happens oftentimes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Oh, Senator Pangilinan.
I just want to make sure that Joe doesn't mess up the Department of Parks and Rec like he did Public Works. Yeah, so, but Joe, when you the scope of work for the outsourcing, is that the same as the scope of work performed by the in-house crew, or does the in-house crew do other things over and above the grass cutting? So that in making that comparison, we may just be a little bit off in the comparison with the bids?
If they do a little more, it might be, no, actually, I would say that they do stick to that scope of work, cutting the grass and taking the trash, yes.
So the scope of work for the private contractor and the in-house crew is pretty much the same.
Yeah, and eventually what I would like to see, my vision for the department would be to have the private sector cut the grass. That way we don't have to deal with things like inventory, fuel purchase. And then have the existing employees who've been there for 15, 20 years serve more as parks keepers, parks attendants, where they can service the restrooms, make sure everyone's following the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, assuming that you do outsource as you have in some of these, how are you paying for that if the budget for the department is 80 in typical Guam departments and agencies, as in service industries, typically 85% is in-house staff costs, between 80 and 85. So where do you find the money above that in order to be able to contract now work that was being done by the in-house crew?
Again, we could reprogram funding from employees who leave through attrition, for example.
Okay.
For example, to contract out the northern parks, which is 14 parks, the lowest bids that we got came out to $10,000.
Right.
Yeah, which is not per annum, which is not very significant. One employee could and so the transition would be, I think, pretty easy in going into that.
So what you've done is basically not filled positions.
Yeah, and we have some employees who have been deployed, and so rather than filling those positions,
so you've just kind of like you say, reprogram those funds.
Yeah.
So it's not an additional cost at all.
No,
overall
not,
to the by the department.
Yeah, we wouldn't be going over our budget ceiling.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I still think we have people marching up to the governor to keep you at Public Works, not to take you out. So I think that's
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Oh, and we have a follow-up. Senator Wanpat.
We were just handed out the outsourcing projections by the month, and I'm trying to, can you please explain? Because I thought, looking at them, the three sheets, they all look the same. Is there anything that we're missing here somehow? Was it a mistake that we got three of the same copies? Maybe you can explain?
I'm sorry, I think this gentleman, I'm sorry, these are all the same.
They are all the same then? Oh, okay.
But I think that's I'm not a proponent for outsourcing everything, but I think in this particular case, it proves effective because the department has to procure fuel, the department has to procure bush cutters. One of the realities of government and the private sector is fraud, waste, and abuse, and that happens at every department. Okay, and this kind of eliminates a lot of that because the department doesn't regularly procure supplies such as bush cutters and whips and whatnot. And I'd like to see the department head into this direction.
Have you, with the remaining number of individuals that you have on your staff who actually would do the maintenance, ground maintenance, is there any way in the future of assisting these individuals maybe to organize themselves so that they can be given first rights of refusal to do the maintenance work by, working with GETCA to set them up?
Yeah,
Have you thought about that at all?
Senator, it's my understanding that former Senator Klitsky passed a law allowing these employees to do that, and I believe one of the employees has actually bid on the contracts. So eventually, and he might have won one park. So, we've kind of encouraged them to do that.
Okay, that's it, Senator? Okay, that concludes all discussions on Department of Parks and Rec, Section K. We'll take a couple of minutes recess to get the next department in. Thank you very much, Mr. Duenas. The Committee of the Whole is back in order. We are now on... yes, Senator Wampat? Okay, we have a technical difficulty. We are now on L, which is the Guam Council on the Arts and Humanities Agency. I'd like to introduce the Deputy Director, Mr. Patrick Bamba, and I also like to acknowledge Mr. Tourism himself, Mr. Burton Pinko. Good morning, Mr. Pinko. Okay. And it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much. Good morning. And Patrick, maybe you can introduce the rest of your staff before we start.
Good morning, Senators. To my immediate right is Miss Virginia Regis. She's our AO. And to her right is Mrs. Sherry Barcinas, and she's a program coordinator with CAHA.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll start again with the chairman has no comments or questions. Senator Wampat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to find out from you, because I know you have other types of funds, but specifically the general fund, how much are we looking at in terms of, your share of the cut, and what percentage is that?
In the bill proposed, the cut is roughly 2.5%, which is about $6,500.
$6,500. Okay. And how and where are you going to make the cuts in order to meet and to save $6,500?
If the need arises, we're going to look at reducing staff hours, but maintain our operational hours. We start at the top with the executive director and myself, and that should cover the costs. And we will maintain our 80-hour or 40-hour work week, and then if the need arises, we'll move down towards the staff. But I don't think it's.
Okay,
I don't
well,
anticipate it.
Apparently, this is not going to be an if; it's going to actually happen.
Yes,
it's going to be a reality.
that's right.
So, the very first step then in meeting this dollar amount would be you're going to start with the top. You're saying staff hours. How is that going to work? Can you give me the exact schedule that you have set up?
Okay, all of our salaries and benefits come from the general fund. All of our operating costs come from federal funds. We're 100% funded on that end, on the federal funds. So as far as the general fund goes, the cuts that we're taking with myself and Ms. Flores should cover the $6,500 easily. We haven't anticipated any staff hour cuts yet. This is basic salary. We're not cutting our hours.
Oh, okay. So it's not staff hours, and there's going to be staff salary.
I'm considering ourselves as staff also.
Okay, no, but I want to make sure, you see, because you're saying staff hours, and I'm thinking you're going to start in the top and then slowly work down. But now, to clarify, you're saying it'll be specifically the directors and deputy
That's correct.
salaries that will be reduced to meet the $6,500. So you're going to cut this in half?
I believe so.
Okay, so I'm going to make sure, because I'm going to write this down.
Yes.
The director and the deputies will have a salary reduction to meet the $6,500. And this is a decision that you've made on your own.
That's correct.
Very good. I'd like to applaud you for that, for
Thank you
actually
very much.
stepping forward to do that and not hurting any of the staff members. So this reduction actually then should not hamper the operations of CAHA.
That's correct. We can work within the cuts.
Okay, very good. So, and to reiterate again, all salaries are from the general fund. All operational monies are from federal dollars.
That's correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Wampat. Senator Tina Mooney Barnes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the panelists, Hafaday, and good morning. Thank you for coming in. You know, I just want to comment and applaud your efforts in as far as taking the cuts and starting from the top and not starting from the bottom, working your way up. It's almost admirable to realize that we've got some management team who really want to safeguard the department and all the works that they do. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to acknowledge that, but do you have, it says here that from the federal matching grant, it's at $237,600 now, right? And that realization would just be from the matching fund. Is there any other grant applications out there that you folks are working on right now? Or with the Lieutenant Governor's office or anywhere else?
Not presently.
Not presently. But is your staff continuing to look into that venture to see what?
We've actually tapped into the grants.gov to look at other grants that are available. There are additional grants that go straight to the artists that don't come to us, but we administer those grants, and they're not included on these.
Right. I just wanted to know that for the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But again, thank you for your efforts. And like I said, a lot of the agents to try and emulate what you guys do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. Okay, so that concludes all comments and questions for CAHA. I want to thank you very much for your participation. We'll take a few minutes recess to get the next department in here. Okay, the committee of the whole is back in order. We are now on page 17 on M, Department of Chamorro Affairs. I'd like to introduce Ms. Elizabeth Diego, and I also like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Tony Palomo, a senior statesman. Good morning. In fact, why don't we do this? Why don't you do a quick introduction of everyone here?
Services Officer Juanita Quintanilla, and to her right is Jeffrey St. Nicholas. He is the acting manager of the Chamorro Village.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, now I'm looking to the body for any comments, questions. Senator Wampat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The routine questions, basically, I would like to know the percentage of cuts that your agency will incur, and can you give me that dollar amount?
Okay,
and this is only from the general fund.
Okay, 2.5%, and it's $16,831.
Okay, so the next question is how are you going to absorb then that $16,000 reduction?
We've actually already taken proactive measures. The only area that we identified where we can make the cuts, and that was a difficult decision but still workable, was the rental. We are at the PDN building, and what we did was we took the office of the Division of Research, Publications, and Training, and that division office space was consolidated into the President's office. So there's a savings there of $12,312. We made that move just this month.
Okay, and where is the President's office?
In 4th floor, PDN building.
Okay, and the research office was where? What floor?
4th floor, suite 404A.
Oh, okay, so you gave that whole suite up, and then now they moved into the President's office.
That's what we did, yes.
Okay, so that's 12,000. So the remaining 4,000, where would that come from?
Okay, what we did was we took the remaining artifacts out of the Department of Administration, our former office space. Because of the fact that the MOA is about to expire in the month of August, we decided to also move those artifacts over to the PDN. We also occupy 2nd and 3rd floor, primarily for the Guam Museum. and we moved those, and so we're saving on the alarm system that we had to have to secure the artifacts, and that's $527.10. And then we are also proposing to reduce even more office space because of the fact, for example, Mr. Palomo will be retiring. So we're moving his office space down to the second floor where most of the museum, the Guam Museum collection is being stored. We're moving his space down. And there are a couple of other spaces there that we can also relinquish. So we're looking at an additional $13,699 savings if, that we're planning to give up in office space.
But immediately, though, is what we need to talk about, because I know that you mentioned Mr. Palomo retiring, but that won't be until August.
That's going to be happening in June.
Okay, in June. So, but immediately, what are some of the things that's going to have to happen that's beyond the space already, the $12,000 savings for the research space, and then the alarm system is 500. I mean, I know it's like nitpicking, but you got to have something immediately. You can't have it in June. It'll be too late by then.
Right. We're making that move right now. We're moving a couple of those spaces that RPT, the research division, is occupying over to the resource center at Chamorro Village, and that's part of the bigger plan of starting Chamorro classes for adults. So we're moving that particular office to the Chamorro Village, and so again, that's going to be reflected. We're making that move this month, so I'm not sure how much of that, but the total there is $13,699.
So you're actually looking then of going even beyond the 2.5%.
That's correct.
Is this just something that's just initiated by your agency, and
that's correct?
To make the additional cuts, it's not where the monies can be used, let's say, to expand other programs, or rather than.
That's what we're doing. Is we're making the cuts so that we can also use the monies, as you said. We're going to be devoting it to other areas that are more critical.
Okay. I have. What's your total number of employees?
For this fiscal year, 17. That's including 2 vacancies.
And are those 2 vacancies funded or not?
Yes, they are.
So with the other cuts that you're going to make, you're not going to hold back the vacancies then in hiring the vacancies?
We anticipate to fill one of those positions is a critical position. That's the manager for Chamorro Village. So we're requesting that position be filled. The other one is a laborer position, and that one as well, we're requesting that be filled because we do have needs because of the grant that we are now implementing through the Guam Preservation Trust for the cataloging and inventorying of the Guam collection. We need that additional individual to help with the partitioning and other projects that are being planned under the grant for the Guam Museum.
Okay, and one last question. Have you received any unclassified position from the governor's office?
No.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Wampet. Senator Tina Mooney Barnes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and to all the panel members. Senator Hafdin, good morning. Thank you for being here. Just real short, you talked about the vacancies and the of a laborer and a manager, right? What is the salary of the Chamorro Village manager?
$38,463.
And the laborer?
$19,698.
With the different divisions that the museum or the Department of Chamorro Affairs entails, you said you had 17 positions total?
Yes.
Can I have a breakdown of each of the divisions and the number that they have?
Sure. Okay, for the Chamorro Village, we have five. Is it five? Five positions.
Mm-hmm.
For the Guam Museum, we have five positions.
Okay.
For the language, we have one. For research, we don't have any.
Would that be the former senator's position, Catherine Huggan?
Yes, she's still technically with us until next week.
Until next week.
And then there will be no positions.
That's
there.
the Heritage Division, right?
That's the research, publications, and training. Yes, you're talking about the Haleta.
Yeah,
Series.
research publication. And that too you're going to still try and fill, right?
Yes, but her particular position is actually funded by the book sales.
The book
the
sales.
book fund.
And how's that going? Have we
Right
continue?
now, we're working on the Chamorro English Dictionary, which we anticipate is going to bring in a good, a significant amount of money. We're waiting for that publication should go out probably late summer, early fall. And with that, we're hoping to bring somebody on board.
good.
But we're waiting for that to happen.
Probably both positions hard to fill with the senator's position.
Very
hard.
difficult.
We're looking at him leaving us in, I was hoping it was later August,
Yeah.
September.
Very difficult.
Senator, we're going to miss you. But is there announcements already going out for those two positions that?
Not yet.
But you anticipate that real soon?
We have a listing of a few individuals that we've identified with the educational credentials, with the museum background. One has expressed interest, and in fact, she is currently pursuing her PhD. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, her area is museum management. So the last I heard, she just completed her internship with the Chicago Museum. So she's one person that we are actually looking at to fill Mr. Palomo's position.
So out of the vacancies, the two vacancies that you're looking for right now, the laborer and the general manager's office, has that position been out for announcement already?
The general manager, yes.
Okay, and when do you anticipate a closing date on that one?
I was told sometime this month.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Munia Barnes. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Chamorro Village Manager. Who does the maintenance, the ground maintenance and the building maintenance? And of course, how much does it cost the Chamorro Village for those things?
At this time, Monday to Friday, we actually have our maintenance staff, our permanent staff cover.
How many staff? Yeah.
It's actually 3.
Okay.
One maintenance supervisor, 2 laborers that covers the maintenance from 8 to 5. Except on Wednesday nights and weekends and holidays, we actually have that outsourced.
Outsourced?
Yes.
Have you ever looked into the Public Works program of the Department of Corrections? I understand that they are available, and there is where the people of Guam can save money and at the same time give opportunities to those inmates that wanted to come out and return to the people of Guam a little bit of the service at the same time. I think they earn credit, time credit for service performed. Have you ever looked into that?
We actually are currently looking into assistance through those type of programs, senior citizens, even the Lighthouse program, but not public works.
No, the Department of Corrections,
Oh,
the
corrections.
inmates.
Okay.
They are available. I'm saying
yes.
it to you, they are available.
Okay.
And you should look into that because just for a token amount, they will be up there to save the people who come a lot of money, and then that way you don't have to outsource this. And if there's any restriction as to the utilization of these people, perhaps you can look at the law and see how they can be utilized. Yes.
I'm sorry, I failed to mention that that's one of the things that we also looked at the Chamorro Village is terminating the contract for cleaning of Chamorro Village. And before we actually looked into that, we're planning on doing that, terminating for the rest of the fiscal year to save on that. But we've looked into probation, and probation has actually given us several individuals to help us with the cleaning over at Chamorro Village. And we're also taking a look at some student organizations because we have a greater need other than Chamorro Village.
Mhm.
We also need individuals to man the Guam Museum up at the mall. So I've been looking at women's groups and student groups, and particularly for the Chamorro Village, for the cleaning of Chamorro Village, we tapped into probation, and they have given us several individuals.
Yeah, that's good. That's the community service part of the probation. I understand that the Department of Corrections, the only requirement is that there be one person designated to supervise
That's correct.
how many clients that's going to come out, and I understand provide for a meal, or maybe for lunch, and that's all that it takes, I think. So that's a good source of labor, and labor is costly to the people of Guam. See?
Let me mention, Senator, that about a year ago, that's when we transferred from Tijan to Agana, and we utilized the people from corrections, and we had as many as 10, and it took us about 2-3 weeks to make the move, and the only requirement is that we feed them, and we asked Chamorro Village to do that for us, and then they bill us later on. But in any event, we did have we utilized corrections during that move.
Okay, this is the time when you look into that a little bit more, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Pelosi. Then you had a follow-up question by Senator Wampat.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would like to get some specific information about the Chamorro Village. Your operations is basically taken care of by the rentals that you put out. Are all of the individual areas then taken up already, or are there any slots available?
At this time, we have 2 vacancies, which is in the food category. Otherwise, all the other categories, our retail spaces, have been filled.
And
we do actually have a waiting list, but we're just actually waiting for our board to convene their next meeting where we could have the applications reviewed.
the waiting list is strictly for the food?
Well, actually,
or for others as well?
Yeah, for others as well. So, at any time, if a retail space is available, those 6, which consist of both food and retail, will actually be put on file or hold for 1 year until a vacancy is available.
How do you determine then that there be a certain number of percentage for food versus retail?
Actually, it's based on the space, the construction of the building. Obviously, for food, they have certain requirements, 3-compartment sinks, Ansel systems. The retail spaces are just pretty much open spaces.
So it's not based basically on what the needs are in the community, but basically in the physical structure then
That's
of the
correct.
building. So is there any future plans maybe to look at what the needs are, and that maybe might have to make some modification if, let's say, there are more people on the waiting list for retail versus the number of people for food?
That definitely we can definitely give some thought on that in the future.
So how successful now is the incubator program at the Chamorro Village?
Well, we have actually seen several businesses grow within the Chamorro Village, and some that we believe that are ready to expand out into that commercial industry. Carmen's, of course, Carmen's Mexican Restaurant was one of those that was at the Chamorro Village at one point. You now see them by the cathedral. And there are several other vendors currently at this time that we're working on having them pretty much break or sever their lease with us, so we can have them move out, I guess, to the commercial industry.
So how long are the lease with each one of these vendors for?
They are given a maximum of 10 years.
And so if they're successfully able now to go out into the community, they can break the contract without any repercussions or liabilities
That's
against
correct.
Chamorro Village?
Actually, our rules and regulation allows them to continue operation up to a maximum of 2 years.
Beyond the 10?
Beyond, right. Well, no, not beyond the 10. I mean, within that 10 years, they can be operating a business. However, if they feel that they're capable of opening up a second shop outside, they may do so. However, they have 2 years to successfully operate that second shop before we can say, you know what, you're ready to go on your own. Good luck.
So how many do you have in existence right now that are currently in the incubator program who are now ready to go out?
I will say, we probably have maybe about a good 3 to 5 vendors that we're looking at this time.
Oh, very good, very good. What about the reverse now of companies who have been established in the community but has gone into the Chamorro Village? Is that allowed?
Per our rules and regulation, no, that is not allowed. Again, the Chamorro Village was set up just for incubators, startup businesses, entrepreneurs that would like to start up a business at the Chamorro Village at a low cost.
What fees do you have, and how do you determine what the fees would be if the fees, and are the fees being used to offset the salary and maintenance of the facility?
Well, the basic rent for each of the tenant, there's actually a 5% that is tacked onto that. That's used to pay for the common area fees or services that we have at the Chamorro Village. Obviously, if you look at the rates at this time, it's not enough. If an example is we collect $30,000 a month, 5% of that, what is maybe $1,500. Our services just for trash collection is $4,000. That is not enough. Since the adoption, I guess, of the rules and regulation, which is like 10 years ago, there hasn't been an increase of our scheduled fees. It's something that we're actually looking at it at this time to review.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that then, because I know throughout the government they're talking about at least recovery, and if you're not recovering and we're continuing to have to supplant that, then it defeats the whole purpose of the program. But I'm glad
That's
to hear
correct.
that. So you do anticipate doing that within this fiscal year, or what?
Definitely, yes.
This fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Wampa. You had a follow-up question, Senator Tina Mooney-Barnes?
Yes. I just want to know, as it operates today, I understand that the Department of Chamorro Affairs with the Chamorro Village contract, there was an MOU or an affiliation with GEDCA. Is that still in place right now? And how long would it take for the anticipation over from Chamorro Village into the Department of Chamorro Affairs? I know that was under question.
It has been transferred over since 2006.
Oh, okay.
The only affiliation we have is the qualifying certificate that we
QC.
use specifically for the restrooms, and that's what we're looking at now, is actually to refurbish the restrooms because they are overdue.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And that concludes discussion on Department of Chamorro Affairs. And I want to thank you for your participation today. We're going to take a couple of minutes recess for the next department.
Si Jasmasi.
Okay, the committee of the whole is back in order. We are now on, again, page 17, section 14, on item O on the agenda, which is item N, the Guam Election Commission. And I'd like to welcome this morning Mr. Gerald Taitano. Good morning, Mr. Taitano.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and so with that, I'm looking towards my colleagues. Senator Wampa.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Titano, we're looking at the governor's bill, and he has listed down that your department will be reduced to 331,048. What exactly is your budget, and what is the cut?
I believe it was across the board cut. I'm not sure what the percentage is. The Guam Elections Commission's budget, of course, is something that will fluctuate depending on the amount of litigation that we review. I am assured, or that we are subjected to. I am assured by the governor's office that we will have the election in 2008, and we will have the funds to start preparing for the election process. Right now, we are in the process of procuring the necessary ballot stock. We're in the process of making sure that, or re-identifying the precincts to make sure that we account for the population growth in Dedido and in Manguilao. We have 2 additional vice mayoral positions that will be, one will be in Manguilao, the other is up in Jigo. And so we are continuing to prepare that. In addition to that, what was not anticipated in the initial development of the budget are the mandatory rulings that the courts have made in interpreting some of our ambiguous language. Just as an example, in one of our cases last year, Judge Barcinas did rule and said that the Guam Election Commission must compare actual signatures instead of using our prior practice, which is depending on the circulators who attest to the originality and the authenticity of signatures on petitions. We tested that whole process out using Judge Barcinas' criteria, and it took a long time to process just one petition for the casino gaming, the Better Jobs for Guam Act that's being proposed and will be Proposal A initiative in this coming election. We are right now in the process of trying to capture the signatures of 55,000 voters, registered voters on this island, and it is a very tedious process. And so I've got 3 employees that are dedicated to that task right now, and it is going to take a long time. So the agreement that I have with the governor's office is that whatever funds that we need, it will be provided through their transfer authority. $300,000 is $300,000 will not make an election. In fact, the $700,000 that we had anticipated we were going to get through federal funding is not going to happen. In prior years, we had received funding from the federal government through the Help America Vote Act, and that allowed us to do 2 things. The first thing is that it allowed us to improve accessibility for individuals with disabilities at the polls, and we did that. We worked together with the Guam Legal Service Office. We went and we did site audits, and then we did actually pay for infrastructure upgrades at some of the schools that needed it to bring them up to ADA compliance. The second task that we had under that federal funding is to improve our technology. And so we did that. We were moving from optical scan more into the electronic voting side. Now, in the electronic voting, we did use it in the primary, but then there was a statute that said we will not use it in the general election, so we forgoed that. But the Guam Election Commission right now, for an election to happen, anticipating zero litigation, so.
You're going into the 08 budget,
Okay.
which is the election year anyway. It will be not for next year. So since we're not having an election year, though, and we're hopefully not. Of course, you just never know. But at least with the general fund budget that you have, with the number of employees that you have, and the other functions that you are required by law to do, will you be able to live within the 331,000? And if I was cross-checking to see what your adopted level was from the general fund was 339, so we're looking at a shortfall then of 8,488. How are you going to absorb the 8,000?
What we can do is, or what we are planning on doing, is just reduce our administrative requirements as much as we can. That's about all that we need to do. I'd estimate that about 85% of the contractual costs, however, for the '08 election will be expended in the '07 budget. And that's because the paper stock will take some money, the programming, the site visits and all that. The paper stock is our biggest expense, and so that will have to be procured by the latter part of this year.
What is the total salary amounts for the 3 employees plus yourself?
For the 3 employees, Senator, I don't have that. I don't seem to have that figure right now. I did provide a copy of our staffing pattern.
Well, we haven't received it.
Okay.
Who did you give it to?
I sent it off to the front office, and I don't know if you guys have
No,
copies.
we haven't received it. The chairman doesn't have it, then we don't have it either.
Okay, I can provide that for you.
But so maybe just in generality is that the 331,000 is not then personnel, right?
That does include personnel.
It does include, but I'm saying, but it's not all personnel.
No, it's not all personnel.
So it's also for operations.
No. For the employees right now in the general fund, we're looking at around 130,000 for the 3 employees. That includes myself, my IT manager, and the executive secretary, which is, where I'm really not going to fill that.
You have an executive secretary position is vacant?
No, it's not vacant. It hasn't even been funded, but that's usually, I don't have any vacancies right now.
Okay.
It's a position that's...
I mean, you have a vacancy, but it's not funded.
No. It hasn't been funded for 6 years now.
Okay, but it is a vacancy that hasn't been funded.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's the position that supports the board. Right now, I do that.
And that's an executive secretary.
Yeah. No, there's no deputy.
Okay. Now, earlier you had, and it's stated here in the bill that for your federal matching grants in aid is 700,000, but now you said that it's not going to be in reality, that you're not going to get the 700,000, or you have gotten portions of it. Please clarify.
No, we had anticipated last year, based on initial feelers coming out of the Election Assistance Commission in Washington, that the states and territories may be receiving additional federal funding. That will not happen this year.
So you're not going to get now the 700,000?
No, we're not.
And you've received word already that you're not going to receive it?
Yeah, it was just not, it's not going to be allotted this year.
And when did you find out about this?
Maybe about 6 months ago. So.
And how are you going to? What did you originally plan to use the $700,000 for? Because then now that would give us an idea of what you won't be able to do now, since you're not going to get the $700,000.
The $700,000 that we had targeted for would support the, will continue the salaries of the individuals who are right now capturing data for the centralized voter registration system. Right now, there are sufficient funding for them through the remainder of the fiscal year. That and plus the additional technologies that we will need with regard to the electronic voting, because those needs to be programmed on an ongoing basis.
So how many individuals do you have then for the data people who are going to gather the data?
How many people? I'm sorry, Senator. Can
Yeah,
you
how
repeat
many?
that?
You said that the 700,000 was supposed to pay for the salaries of the people who will be collecting the data. There's an ongoing data collection. So, are these the same individuals as the 3 employees, or in addition, these are contract type of
In addition to
employees?
them, right now we've got 6 employees that are under the Help America Vote Act, and these are the individuals that are capturing data for our database,
So
capturing
now-
signatures
okay.
for our
But
database.
since you didn't get the $700,000 6 months ago, how then have you been paying these 6 employees?
We do have sufficient funds right now to pay for them. We do
Which
have
is
our
from
own.
where?
Yeah.
Federal dollars or
This was last year's
General fund.
appropriation. These are federal funds. These are not local funds.
I'm lost because this is for 07 budget and it says federal matching grants in aid $700,000. That means starting October 1. And I don't understand what monies now you're using then to pay these 6 employees.
These were funds that came out of prior year allotments.
But how could that be?
The Help America Vote Act.
Oh, from federal.
For federal, correct. What happened with the Help America Vote Act was monies started to started to be issued to states and territories in the 03 budget. So we did receive 03, 04, 05, and then that was it.
And how much do you have left of that now? And will you be able to continue to carry on or support the salaries of these 6 individuals for this fiscal year?
Right now, we're looking at a balance of that of about 300,000, so that should be sufficient for this fiscal year.
And that's from the Help America Vote Act.
That's correct, Senator.
How are you financially, or is there a financial tie to the mandatory rulings of the courts, and are you paying for any of those?
Can you repeat the question?
You've been to court quite a bit.
Yes.
And so there are some mandatory rulings, and have there been any financial judgments attached to those rulings, and how, if so, how then are you making the payments?
There have been no financial judgments against the commission on those rulings.
Okay. All right. That's it then, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
I think there may need, a motion to delete. Because obviously the chair, the representative from Election Commission has stated there is not 700,000 coming in from federal matching, and we do have that as noted in this bill. So there may be a motion in order required to make a deletion. It just said it's on the bill.
No, I understand that's true, but what I hesitate to do now is because then this is an authorization that they have, from the legislature for them to continue to expend the federal dollars that they have received, even though it's from prior years and they have a remaining $300,000. I really don't know what to do with that.
Maybe one of the senators could ask for recommendation from.
Okay, so maybe a
Election
general
Commission.
amendment then, Mr. Chairman, that legal counsel, that we actually get the right information, accurate information in terms of the federal matching, and that whether, and then based on that, and after conferring with the director, that then that the motion would be then to go ahead and make the deletion, appropriate to the findings. Because
Yeah.
you understand what I'm trying
Sure,
to say.
sure.
Because
Okay.
we don't know.
Okay. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, we have dispensed with the appropriations for the Guam Election Commission. We're going to take a lunch break till 1:30. 2 o'clock lunch break. Section 14. Yeah, Section 14. And we are now on item O O is Commission on Decolonization. So we'll have representative, okay. From the administration, so the administration is representing.
Yes, Senator, I apologize. The director of the Commission on Decolonization is off island right now, but I am prepared to speak to the way they're going to address their 2.5% reduction.
Okay. And with that, Senator Wampad, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, who is the director of the Commission on Decolonization?
Mr. Jim Underwood.
Jim Underwood. Okay. So, do you have you provided copies of any vacancies, whether they're funded or not funded for the commission?
At this time, the commission has no vacancies. There are actually 2 employees under the commission, and those 2 positions are filled at this point.
2 employees, not including the director?
That's right.
So 3 altogether. And all of their positions are funded through the general fund?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you then this question, because I am seeing 2 different numbers. The Commission on Decolonization, on the form that you provided us yesterday, said that their adopted funding level was $146,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now the reduction is going to be 143,195. So what is what would then the dollar amount be for the reduction?
The reduction would be 6,000. Can I see that?
6,000.
I'm sorry. Commission would be. Oh, I'm sorry. $3,672.
I need to get some clarification here, because originally another form that we had received was March 13, had $111,000 as a total appropriation. Do you get any funding from anywhere else other than just the general fund?
It is just the general fund.
Mr. Chairman, I know that the original form that you were working with at the time when Mr. Bamba was there and Mr. Berdalio was there and Mr. Logan, and you were working with a figure of $111,000, but somehow on the new form that was just given to us yesterday reflected a different amount of $146,000. And I don't know why the discrepancy, unless your office, and your office basically told us that it was the 100% funding.
I'll make a comment on that. Yes, that is out of the AS400 system as of March 13th. So this is information actually that has been provided by the administration. The numbers are correct based on the information from Department of Administration as of March 13th. If everyone can recall, there was a lump sum budget that was approved for these executive agencies, and these numbers are actually the allotment, the breakdown based on how the administration wanted to see these the portion of the lump sum budget.
Okay, so then that would explain why, at least in the Budget Act, when we look at all the different certain departments and agencies, there's actually no dollar amount, and the governor actually determines then what their dollar amount would be, right? Their budget will be. Am I correct? Because
if I could clarify, Senator, the amounts for those agencies grouped under the lump sum appropriation, if you look at the sheet provided yesterday, the adopted levels column reflects the true operating costs, the current operating costs of those agencies. So while we were under the lump sum and there was not a real itemization of what those appropriation levels were, what that column reflects the true operating costs of those agencies.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say, because if we look at the Budget Act of 28-150 on page 27, the Commission on Decolonization is listed but doesn't have a dollar amount figure. Okay, so then now the same is a reflection of the same page. However, in this case, the dollar amount now is reflected here, and it's 143, which is a reduction from what you said was the true operating cost of that commission at 146.
Correct.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so we're not going to work with the 111,000 from March 3rd. So therefore, you only then would be realizing a $3,000 reduction.
Yes, ma'am.
So how, with the 3 employees, are the 3 employees then basically drawing 90% or 100% of that total budget?
I'm not certain at the percentage, ma'am. I do know that they do take up the bulk of that budget. And as we looked at their operations, where we now know we're going to be able to realize the savings from the commission is, as we discussed earlier, there were some agencies that we were considering housing under land management's current lease at the ITC building. The commission has budgeted $14,000 as an annual lease payment. Once we are able to execute the move to the land management offices for them, along with Ancestral Lands, they've been sharing the space with Ancestral Lands. So along with Ancestral Lands, once they move over, we'll be able to realize the savings that will cover the $3,600 and actually an additional savings on top of that.
Okay, so the Commission on Decolonization, let me get this straight then, because we did hear from the Department of Chamorro Affairs that they were considering taking in the Commission on Decolonization and the Ancestral Lands Commission, right?
That was land management.
I mean land management.
Yes.
I'm sorry. And so you're saying then that by moving in now with land management, you'll be able to save $14,000 in rent.
That's their annualized rental cost. So, so we'll be able to save what's remaining beginning, I believe it's about 5 months worth of rent. So just under $7,000 in rent.
Okay, so the expense, to absorb the $3,000 reduction is going to have to come from the rental.
Yes.
That's the only thing, nothing else.
Yes.
The other 2 individuals that you have, those are all funded positions, you said, right?
Yes.
All funded, all 3.
Yes.
Have they received any other position to assist them with anything else?
No.
Anybody from the governor's office been transferred
No.
there?
No, ma'am.
Unless they're interested in political status.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Wampet. So, on Commission on Decolonization, okay, going once, going twice. That's it for Commission on Decolonization. We move on from item O on the agenda to item P, and this is the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. Senator Wampet, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we also get at the same time the number of employees for the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission?
Yeah. They have 3.
3 employees?
Yes.
Including the director?
Yes.
So then, and the dollar amount in which they're going to be reduced is what?
Yeah, $4,847.
4,000.
Yeah, 4847.
4847. And how are you going to absorb?
Through operational cuts, either through consolidation of their lease, and which ties in with the Tomorrowland Trust Commission, and the decolonization, and that would save. That's where the savings would occur in the consolidation of their activities into one area.
And what is their rent for the year?
Might have to get that. I'm sorry, I don't have that.
I believe it's the same as decolonization.
Per square foot.
14,000?
I believe it's 14,000 as well. We apologize that the director of Ancestral Lands is at a funeral today, but we can get the solid numbers for you. But I believe it's 7,000 as well. And if we realize they have the same scenario as decolonization.
Are they in the same building?
They're in the same. They share the same office space, actually.
And so they're sharing the rental space then?
Yes.
So if one is 14,000, then the other would be the same as well.
Well,
Right.
depending on the square footage, I mean, it's per square foot. So if Ancestral Lands is, twice as big as
They should.
the Commission on Decolonization, then, they wouldn't have, it's based on the amount of space, but the square foot charge for the space is the same.
Okay, so we'll be able to get that figure then.
We will, but we do know that the same scenario works for them. That once we move them over to land management space, they will be able to incur this savings and even a little bit more.
So if they move to land management, they're going to make the savings, realize the savings in rental space. Does that mean then that land management will now pay for their rental space?
Well, it's all part of the governor's policy on consolidating agencies, whether to save or to eliminate duplicate functions. I think in this case we're looking at the savings and then going on to eliminating the duplication of functions. It ties in with this whole reorganization. We are undertaking a review of other agents or other services and agencies that are funded by the general fund in order to consolidate, in addition to what was already transmitted earlier to the legislature.
So you're saying that the governor's office had submitted already a bill to consolidate?
No, the governor has given an order to review all these different that were not covered under the previously transmitted reorganization bills, and in the order in the services, and so that and prioritize them and consolidate functions and consolidate activities in order to cut costs, in order to eliminate duplicate functions.
Just to clarify, Senator, we are very cautious as to what the governor's authority is in bringing these functions together, and we've been careful not to make any moves to terminate any or eliminate any agencies or any of their existing mandates. The functions that will be consolidated are things like rental space costs, administrative work that can be done, the survey work that the land trust needs that land management can assist with, those kinds of functions where they can complement each other, and we're not attempting to eliminate any of the mandates of any of these agencies at all.
Well, and then, I'm remember, like I said earlier, that I'm glad to hear that you do have some directors who are very proactive in trying to cut back in their cost where they can share space.
Mm-hmm.
However, I just want to, like I said earlier, is to caution, you guys to make sure that you're not doing this backwards, putting the cart before the horse in terms of reorganizing, and that
I can assure you, Senator, that we're not.
And I think the Department of Labor HRD model it's proven very successful. We've aligned these functions that complement each other, and I think when we review these other agencies, clearly agencies like Land Management and Chamorro Land Trust, there are functions that can be shared, like the surveying of properties. That's the way we view these from a functionality standpoint.
yes, I do understand. Okay, that's it then, Mr. Chairman, for this particular section.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Wampat. Again, we are in Ancestral Lands Commission. Okay, I don't see any other comments or questions. If not, then we'll move from item P in the agenda to item Q, the Chamorro
CLTC.
The Chamorro Land Trust Commission, and would it be represented from the administration?
Actually, yeah, like we can go ahead and speak. Mr. Jobor is acting commission director. He has not been selected by the commission.
However, based on the governor's revised budget proposal, there is no general fund impact. The Chamorro Land Trust Commission gets all its funding from a special fund.
So,
There are no proposed reductions for Chamorro Land Trust because they have no general fund appropriation tied to them.
but how many employees do they have? And could we get any vacancies as well?
Well, we get that to you, Senator. In terms of the, I know that the funded vacancies include because at the beginning of the fiscal year, of course, there was a director there. He has since resigned. The commission has enacted to place a director there, so that vacancy is funded. There was a warm body there on October 1st. The rest of the employees, there haven't, to my knowledge, there are no vacancies there. I mean, they have all the positions that were allocated to them have been filled, and they've been filled for many years.
Okay, so there are no vacancies, funded
There
or
are no
not
vacancies,
funded? Do you know how many employees?
I think there's like several rental agents. I don't know the exact number, but there are rental agents. There are the ones that actually work together, collaborate with land management in surveying out these Chamorro Land Trust properties. They do collaborative work with land management and also with ancestral lands, and they don't have that many employees.
And to date, do you know how much they have received already?
No, I don't, Senator. They only what they've received so far. John has stated that they are funded through their own the funds that they generate internally, leases and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so that's all the questions from Senator Wapat. If there's no other questions or comments on Chamorro Land Trust, okay, going once, going twice, sold. Chamorro Land Trust. Now we move on to R, his Office of Imagalahin Guam. And I figure you folks are representing Imagalahin Guam.
Yes,
okay.
I am.
So at least we don't have to take a minute recess to get the folks in. So your Office of Imagalahin Guam, item R in the agenda. Oh, we got Senator Palacios beat you there, Senator Wapat. I'm so sorry. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is for the Office of the Governor, and I would like to suggest that perhaps we pass this so that we can come back and visit. And the reason I say this is because I would like this body to extend to the Office of the Imagalahin Guam, I guess, the same courtesy and the same support as this body extended to the judiciary. The judiciary not being a department, not being an agency, but rather actually really a third branch of government. So we're talking here now about the Office of the Imagalahin Guam. This is the heart of the executive branch, and I think that this body can adopt the same attitude and the same support that recognizing the separation of powers and the ability and the discretionary, ability of the executive branch to exercise due diligence in cutting down costs. In fact, I understand that the 10% cut on some of the non-classified employees' salary is already in effect. And so they're already doing it even without adopting actually some of these cuts. And so for the Office of the Governor, and of course we'll get to the Lieutenant Governor, I think that I like to ask this body to pass this on and then go back and perhaps just let them, if they want to cut, they can cut. And if they don't want to cut, then, but that's my comment.
Point of information.
Okay, point of information?
It's just a.
Oh, okay, please, Senator.
Just as a, I was very curious about the discussion following the separations of powers and giving deference to the executive versus the judicial branch. And I thought it was quite interesting because that is the function of the legislatures, to determine the budgets of the judicial and the legislative and the executive branches, and all the funds that we have control with that are not tied to autonomous agency. That is the function of the legislature. And after all, this is the governor's own submittal on the reduction in his own executive operation. So that was an interesting conversation that was had a few days ago, but I was always curious about, how do we in separation of powers beg off when we're looking at reducing the overall budget for the government of Guam and say, well, let's give deference to that branch to determine their own cuts. That's the function, Mr. Chairman, of the legislature, is to determine what the budgets are for those agencies, and this is the governor's submittal after all. So just a matter of point of information. That is the function, and I respect the gentleman from Chalampago, who's a good friend, but albeit this body has the obligation of determining what the budget should be for each branch of the government and where these funds are expended. So I appreciate the sentiments of the gentleman, but this is the governor's submittal after all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. Okay, and if Senator Palacios, you continue.
Can I?
Sure, please continue.
Follow up. I completely support, of course, the thinking of the previous speaker. In fact, I didn't support the restoration for the judiciary. But the majority of members of this body supported the restoration and the recognition of the separation of power and the fact that it's not an agency, that the judiciary is not a department. What I'm doing here is just to treat the office of the governor at the same degree and the same respect as this body treated the judiciary last week, in actually restoring, or rather not to cut the judiciary, because quote unquote they know what to do, they are professional and this and that. And I don't see anything less in regards to the office of the governor with respect to, recognizing the dignity of the office. And this is, the office of the governor is the heart. And I agree with the last speaker that this body is actually, we are the policy making, and we hold the purse. We determine what is your budget. I don't care what agency you are or what branch you are. But this was not exercised in the case of the judiciary. And so I just want to see how this body is going to treat the executive branch now that we come to the executive branch. And I'm just saying, let us treat the executive branch in the same way that we treat the judiciary. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. We're in item R, Office of Magalahan Guahan. Okay. Oh, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much. Now, the governor is asking for this cut.
This is the governor's proposal, sir.
So the governor is saying, cut me, or I'm cutting myself. Not the legislature is not cutting him. He's saying, I'm going to make this sacrifice and I'm going to cut my budget by this much. So we're not really intruding on that power. We're just, if you want to carry it further, we're recognizing the separation of powers, and he says, this is the level I want. The difference is that judiciary came in and said, I don't want to be cut, and so forth. So that, and if...
We recognize, sir, that the power of appropriation is this body's, not the judiciary's and not the governor's.
Yes.
So the choice to accept the governor's plan or not is really up to this body.
But, so when we kind of clarify the equal branches and, the judiciary is an equal branch of government, said, appealing to one branch saying, this cut is going to hamper my operations, and I requesting the legislature restore it. And
we respect that, absolutely.
And the legislature decided to do that and so forth.
Yes, that is your authority, sir.
Now, we've gone through all the, in looking at the executive branch, we've seen the transfers of employees out of the governor's front office staff into the departments and agencies. Now, have the governor hired new people there?
No.
No?
Since the transfers?
No.
We hired two. There are only two. Since the beginning of the fiscal year, Senator, I did hire two people.
Okay.
That are, and that was as a result of in my office, within the office of the Chief of Staff, the joint, and it was at the recommendation of the Department of Defense, the Joint Guam Program Office, that there be a central, at least until the military or this DoD grant goes through and the selection of a consultant, but they will be, Phase 2 grant will be also funding personnel that would, it was their desire to have a point of contact within, directly linked to the governor's office.
And that
at this point, it's my
individual
office.
is? That
Pardon me?
individual is?
Pardon me?
The individual is?
There are two, actually.
Yeah.
One is Thelma Hechanova, and the other one is Josephine Regis.
Who?
Thelma Hechanova.
Right.
And Josephine Regis. And
when did you hire those people?
they were placed on board in February.
In February of this year. Are they being funded by the grant?
No, they're funded right now by through the governor's office, but like all other senior staff have taken the 10% pay reduction.
I'm sorry?
The 10% pay reduction.
Oh, so it's not 20%?
No.
No.
20% was the governor and lieutenant governor. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. And his cabinet, he said.
Well, you know, all further cuts, any further cuts, and in my discussions with him, you know, it was my recommendation to him that we wait until the final bill is passed to see whether additional cuts need to be made.
Okay. If you had kept these individuals, if you had kept the individuals that were transferred out to the departments and agencies, and you brought on these two individuals, would your budget still be within the limit?
It can carry it. You know, Senator, in terms of the transfers out, I had a meeting with all of the staff down at Antelope, and you know, I told them, I said, look, we have this fiscal situation occurring, and recognizing that you're here for 4 years, but this is our second term, final term. You know, it would be appropriate for them, if they so desired, to apply for positions at other areas where they can then, from there, be able to get into the merit system if they want to make the government a career as a public servant. And I don't see anything wrong with that, Senator.
Yeah. So the movement of these individuals out was not to make, it's kind of like salary cap in the NBA.
No.
It's like we didn't move these 6 individuals out to make the salary cap.
You know, Senator,
for these
can I just make one point of clarification in this? Over the 4 years of the governor's first term, the opposite actually occurred. That several employees that were funded out of the governor's office were sent out to agencies to augment their operations, and but paid out of the governor's office. For several years that was carried, and there was no, for the same reasons, when the flip side of that equation happened, there was nobody making any noise about that. There was no concerns about how the governor was moving the resources of his government around. And it seems now like we're in a place where people are criticizing the governor's decision to move resources to places that need the resources. I think every director that's come up and spoken about the additional staff that they've been provided have admitted they needed them, that they help in ways that make up for the shortfalls in some of their operations areas. In GPD, that individual is going to help with the records section has a severe shortfall in personnel, and it's affected the way they could carry out their mission. At land management, with all of the work that's happening, with the increase in the demands on titles, on research, on all those things, that they needed the assistance on the administrative side. And I just wanted to make that clarification that the governor has done it on both ways. He's also used his staff, his budget, and moved employees out In one instance, I think for over 2 years, there was an individual who was sent to the Chamorro Affairs to cover a shortfall at the Chamorro Village out of his budget. And so it's happened both ways. And there was no malintent in any of it. It's to augment the operations of those places where there are shortfalls.
Yes, and my perspective on this is that let's put the resources in the government where they are needed. And if the resources are needed at land management, then let's fund land management. If they're not needed at the front office, then let's not fund the front office. Let's fund land management so that we know.
Senator,
we're trying.
You've been on both sides of this.
Yes, absolutely.
There are demands up in Adelup, those demands are heavy too. To manage this entire government out of the governor's office and the resources he needs are they're significant as well. And if your point is, if we move someone out to an agency, we should just not use any more of those funds to augment the governor's.
No, I'm saying then ask for more money for the governor's office if you feel you need it. I mean, that's all what I'm saying.
We're not asking for more money for the governor's office.
If land management needs it, if you had these people in there for all these time, then you can do without them so quickly, then again, it's the deployment of resources. And if we're going to decide what it costs to run this government and how we're going to fund it, we're looking at fees. I mean, what if we just put 9 people from the governor's office at rev and tax, and that's a good thing, but then we decide to adjust the fees, but now because those people are being paid elsewhere, that's not reflected in the true cost of running that, and we adjust the fees. I mean, it's those kind of issues. I think that we just have to do it right. It's as simple as that.
Well, Senator, and with all due respect, I disagree with you because, first of all, we've never transferred detailed into the governor's office, unlike previous administrations. Adelup was full of details in, and you know that.
But you don't have.
And then
is
also,
this the front office period?
Also, Senator, that it is not. It's my belief, and it's also the governor's belief, that after 4 years, these people want to make a career as being public servants, and this is a way for them to do it. Then what is so wrong with that?
Then do it.
Doing in other agencies.
Then have them apply, fill in an application, and apply for the job. It's as simple as that. Like everybody else in this community is expected to do. That's what's wrong with that. You expect everybody else to take the test, to apply, to whatever, to do whatever it takes to qualify.
We're talking about people going from unclassified into unclassified positions. Then, if there's an opening for the merit system, they apply just like everybody else. They are covered by the merit system. They have to go through the merit system. It doesn't mean that we're not. None of those 8 employees were put into classified positions, Senator.
But I'm telling you, Mr. Bomba, it is just the fact that we all know what's happening. I mean, the people know what's happening, and we just shouldn't be trying to hide it. That's all.
We're not hiding anything. I'm just telling you that in terms of, I had a meeting with the staff, and I said, look, these are going to be tough times, but there are openings, unclassified positions that are open in that if you want to make a career out of as a public servant, then apply for those positions, and when the classified positions opens up, you will apply and be considered accordingly to the merit system, in accordance with the merit system. And I don't see the problem. I don't, and I think it's to their benefit, to the employees' benefit, to be able to advance. Mm-hmm. I mean, if they want to be a public servant for 30 years, then they should be allowed to do so.
But Mr. Bomba, you're putting people in positions that
as what?
That are different positions. If you need a secretary, hire a secretary. It's as simple as that.
Well, they were hired.
But what were they for? What were their functions before?
They were either secretaries, or they were either administrative assistants, staff assistants, or in constituent services. I mean, these people did not just walk down off the street for 4 years. They were working doing their job down at the at Adelude, and the same job that perhaps other in other unclassified positions. All I'm saying is that they should be given, the same opportunity to advance their careers in public service should they desire to do so.
Yes.
Now, we're not putting people into classified positions, and they will have to compete when the time comes for those vacancies. When those vacancies occur, then they will compete with it.
And do the fact that they've been slotted into these unclassified positions give them an advantage over somebody that applies from the outside for a position? So now they have the experience.
Merit systems, the qualifications for the positions are very determined, and they are listed. And if they don't meet it, then they don't meet it. Okay. If they do, then they do. Then they will be considered.
Senator, I would just ask that if you just take the time and meet these women, they're very capable, very intelligent people, and their hearts are in the right places. And
they all think that they've been moved out of there to make room for new hires.
I disagree with that.
I don't think so.
Okay, no, that's fine. We can all disagree.
Yeah.
There's no problem with that. Okay. But that's the like I said, it's trying to make room. You handle that. That's your problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, Senator.
And
we can, as far as I'm concerned, we can justify the two people who are very capable and who have come from the private sector with many years of experience, and they are in management. And in terms of what we are as moving forward and what we need to do to provide the executive direction to the rest of the, I feel very confident in their abilities.
All right. And the budget of not just I guess we're just going to discuss the governor's office budget and not the entire budget. So I reserve questions till we once again come to the entire budget, because the way I look at the bill again, there's a $12 million increase from what's proposed in here to what was the original bill for the executive branch direction, I guess. So we'll get to that when we consolidate the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangolin. And Senator Juan Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make sure that the governor's office would also then provide the same as everybody else, is the vacancies from the office and how much you've received to date. That was requested by our senior senator, and we're making sure that we do get those for every department agency.
Vivian Marsh should be able to, but we have no vacancies.
You have no vacancies.
We have no vacancies. I mean, today we don't have any vacancies.
And that's because you filled them.
No,
how many? 2 weeks ago.
Pardon me?
How many weeks ago did you fill those two positions?
Those positions were filled in February, early February, and that was as a consequence of the restructuring of the governor's office. That's all. And in comparison Senator, in comparison to previous administrations, I mean, we are at half the budget.
But we're not talking about previous administrations. We're talking about
let's
this
call
administration.
a spade, Senator. I mean,
I mean, you can't keep going back and blaming other people. We have to stand up and take.
I'm not here to blame anybody. I'm just here to say
happens to your administration. Nobody else. You're not answerable for any other administration but your own.
Exactly, and I don't
so,
see.
So
and
let's then stick
to
your administration.
And questioning the governor's action, certainly your prerogative, but it is his office. The executive direction is the office of the governor, and he ultimately will be answerable to the people, and he did. He answered to them in November. So.
Yeah, but it's a lame duck administration, so therefore he's not answerable to anybody now.
Pardon me? I'm sorry, Senator.
I mean, he's a lame duck governor, so therefore who is he going to be answerable to?
We are answerable to the people that elected him in there. Whether he's a lame, whether you call him a lame duck or not,
well, yes,
we are moving forward with many of the programs.
The chairman is going to just intervene here. Can we focus on questions?
Well,
as
I
much as
started
possible.
too, and then until
Yeah,
past
please
administration
continue.
was
Please
brought
continue,
in.
and also, yeah, please continue on
Okay,
Senator
so my
Wampat.
question was then, yes, on vacancies, and apparently he said there aren't any vacancies.
There are no vacancies.
The last two positions that were hired were in February. We also found out that there was a person that was just hired in March 5th, I think it is, and placed in one of the other departments. So, I mean, where are you getting all these positions, to hire all these positions, and then you transfer them to other departments and agencies? I'm trying to see, where the vacancies are to fill these positions, where then you hire them, then quickly, as soon as you hire them, you start placing them out in other departments and agencies
Senator,
as private secretaries.
we will provide you a report of the governor's staffing there to reflect all positions.
So how many positions that you hired and transferred out? 7 or 8, you said?
I believe there were 8, and they were not new hires at the time. They had been in the front office for a while.
At least with the ones that have told us since we started was public safety, GPD, land management, public health. Who are the others?
Well, you know what? Let me just say with GPD, the positions were being handled by administrative duties were being handled by uniformed officers, and they should be out on the street. So civilians, it would be logical for civilian employees to be able to do administrative work. So these uniformed officers will be out there protecting the public. I mean, and I don't see why we should be criticized for that.
No, George, I don't think the criticism is that there are uniformed individuals handling some office type or administrative work that somebody else, a civilian, should do. We're not arguing that. It's just the appearance of how individuals are being hired, and then somehow, to not let it show under the governor's budget, they get transferred. And just to close this is that although, yes, we've all been in the government, we know that for all unclassified positions, for the most part, it is who you know, is patronage hiring. And then after that, of course, sure, transfer to another department or agency, absolutely no opportunity to compete with anybody else. You get first preference because you're there, you have the luxury and the opportunity to learn the trade, and then, of course, the director serves at the pleasure of the governor. Who is the person going to hire?
I think
whoever the governor has placed
the
there.
ratings for the people that are applying for positions under the merit system, they're done by the Department of Administration,
and that,
it doesn't.
You're right,
and we do not interfere in that, Senator.
As much as I like to say that I truly believe that the merit system is alive and well, the way the government has been operating,
it's
almost a farce, really. But anyway, you're looking, or whoever had said this, a $96,000 reduction. So how many positions are you giving up for the $96,000? Where are your savings going to be?
Actually, the $96,000 was the 2.5% cut, and that came from operations. That's with the exceptions of the without touching personnel. Because there are different divisions within the governor's office which handle different issues, constituent services. We have the consent decree to deal with, the permanent injunction. We have but primarily constituent services, I think, is our largest division within the governor's office.
So nothing concrete in terms of operations for 96,000. It's not a small amount. So how is?
Well, actually, I've sent notified the division heads to be able to. This is the cut in your operations, and depending on the outcome of Bill 74, we'll determine whether we need to reduce make additional reductions. and that's clearly up to the legislature, who has the power to appropriate.
Why is it that some departments and agencies were told that they are to prepare a budget, two different scenarios, a 2.5% cut, and the other would be up to 8%?
Let me clarify once again, Senator. They were not told to prepare an 8% cut budget. What we asked them to do was to review their operations, and in the event that a greater level of cuts was to occur, to start to determine what level of impact that would have on their services, what level of impact that would have on their personnel. Because if we had to stay at the lower revenue level, we'd have to begin on the operations side to start implementing further cost reductions. We did not ask them to prepare a specific budget for that, but the due diligence of this process is we need additional plans in the event that we're moving beyond a 2.5% decrease in appropriations.
So there's no plan right now in writing for these departments and agencies to reflect an 8% cut. It's just only 2.5.
Senator, in one of our cabinet meetings, the scenario was presented, and we've asked the directors to look at their operations and where additional cuts could be made based on the 8%, 2.5 and 8%, and to rank them in priority, so that if it becomes necessary, and like I said, it's all contingent upon the passage of Bill 74.
I didn't hear exactly what you were saying earlier when you said that there were some percentage cuts in salaries. Did I hear you correctly say that the governor and the lieutenant governor are going to get a 20% cut?
By law, I think the speaker was the one that actually put it correctly, that the salaries of the senators, the governor and lieutenant governor I guess the justices are set by law. So certainly it would be up to this body to do so.
So that didn't
The
go into effect.
rest of the
What the governor has taken, ma'am, and the lieutenant governor is a reduction in their salaries.
They did.
And they've also implemented the same reduction for their staff. A reduction for their staff at 10%.
But the staff is 10%.
Yes. 10%.
And that's just the staff at the governor's office.
That's correct.
None of the directors and deputy directors were asked to do the same.
I'm not.
No, we're waiting for because actually after Bill 74 is passed by this legislature, then we'll make the determination.
Because from what we've
because
heard,
if additional cuts have to be made.
because to date there are only two that we heard of that's actually going to take a reduction in their salaries to make up for $6,000. I'm trying to check my notes here.
You're correct, ma'am. That was CAHA.
CAHA, you're right. So they're the only ones then so far that's actually gone ahead and done that.
Other than the staff at the governor's office.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Wampet. We'll get to follow up, Senator. Right? Senator Blas had. I'm going to allow for all the senators that haven't had any comments or questions to have their comments or questions, and then we'll go back for the follow up. Okay, Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and George and John. Thank you very much for showing up today.
Thank you, Senator.
Questions with regards, and this is just for a point of clarification. I think this is probably par for the course, or basically. Everybody in this body here should recognize this, but I think it needs to be clarified. Do you have any classified positions at the governor's office?
No, they're all unclassified.
Okay, so it's basically all unclassified, and in the unclassified position...
Let me correct myself. I believe under Veterans Affairs there are classified employees, but they have a separate appropriation.
But that's a separate appropriation other than from...
Correct,
right?
but they do fall under the governor's office.
Okay,
but the governor's office budget staff, the staff under this budget are all unclassified.
Okay, and with that regard, so when we're talking about salary cuts, and whatnot with regards to on the unclassified employees. There really is no law in as far as setting what their salaries will be or whether or not we can cut those salaries, right?
They do not enjoy merit protection. No, the governor has the authority to reduce their salaries.
Okay, and George, going back to a question that was asked by Senator Wampat, and correct me if I'm wrong, it amounts to about a $94,000 cut.
Pardon me?
It's somewhere around 96.
96,000.
96,000, yes.
And can you repeat? I don't know if sorry, I probably didn't hear it or didn't hear it properly. What does that mean in as far as the operations? Where are you going to get those cuts from?
Well, the instructions to the division heads were to within the divisions, without personnel, going to personnel as last, to cut where were necessary to come up to the 96. As I stated, after the passage of Bill 74, if deeper cuts need to be made, then we have to make them.
Senator, if I may, George and his staff had reviewed the functions of different divisions, and based on, firsthand, that places like community outreach receive an enormous number of constituent issues. And so what the governor has tasked his staff to do is to assess, based on the level of contact, the level of effect we have directly on the constituency, to allow for operational reductions in areas where there is no impact on the services that are directly provided to those constituents. Community outreach, medical referral, those areas were not to be affected in a way that hampers the services they provide. And in other areas, we have been asked to make further reductions in our operating costs, costs of supplies, costs of, the way we operate. We've got to be more efficient. We've taken our salary reductions. There will be no hiring in our division, right? We're short-staffed, but there will be no hiring for that. And so I just wanted to assure you that there will be no impact on the services that we provide directly to the constituents in those areas like community outreach, medical referral.
Okay, so am I made to understand that part of the $96,000 cut, that's your 10% salary cut is included in that 96,000, or?
Yes.
Okay, and that includes the cuts too that the governor and lieutenant governor, you factored that in?
No, that is they're separate. They're not. Their salaries are not part of the governor's office budget. They're a separate appropriation. Is it? Yeah.
No, that's the governor's salary and the lieutenant governor's salary is set by statute, by law, and it was.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
We
to
get
clarify.
a lump sum budget, Senator. The governor gets a budget.
No,
He doesn't get an operations budget and a personnel budget. He gets a budget.
You're right. No, but and I
and
wrote
it
it here
all-
when I asked that question. How are you going to absorb the 96? And George, you said it was strictly operations, and I quote you, not touching personnel.
We did take the staff did take the 10% cut.
Then I apologize.
So that 10% then is part of that here. Okay.
That's and that's why I wanted to.
Part of it.
Okay, that's.
Pardon me? No, they're asking if the 96,000 is part of that, and I said it is part of it. Comes out of my salary.
I think that also part of the practice, and I just one more thing, just for a point of clarification. And I think it was part of the practice of the previous 4 years. Okay, that is it still the practice now that when there was a need in agencies, based on George, you brought up the example of trying to augment agency shortfalls. That it was not uncommon that the governor's office and the lieutenant governor's office would detail staff over there temporarily to be able to fill those voids until those voids, were filled through the merit system, the merit
Exactly.
process. And is that a practice that still continues?
Yes, it is. We have many initiatives that the governor has launched, and of course they involve directly with the agencies that are they executing, and in the beginning of the launching of the initiative, it would be necessary to do that. And then as depending on the initiative, then the position, those people will be pulled back, and the agencies will then carry on the execution of the initiative.
Okay.
And Senator, in the first term, I brought this up a little earlier. There was even a case of one or two individuals who were paid out of the governor's office who were actually detailed to an agency for 2 years to cover an operational shortfall, to cover a staffing shortfall.
Okay, last question, and it's totally out of left field, Mr. Chair. All right, but I need to ask this. I started a program when I was there, Adopt a School.
Yes, it's still going.
Okay.
It's going on alive and well.
Please, okay?
It will be augmented by the, as we're going to adopt a school, and also the every summer, we call on the school recovery task force, which was executed by the governor, involving all the different agencies, private sector, and just for the summer, to prepare for the school opening.
I think that process helped, and I think every time we went out, it was at least $1 million of savings. So.
And Senator, I think your idea of adopt a school is, has worked, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay.
We'll continue that program.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blas. If there's no other comments or questions on the Maglayan, I'll allow for follow-up. Senator Pangilinan?
I had a follow-up question, but I guess it was regarding the Lieutenant Governor's office, and that's completely separate budget and separate accountability?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you weren't here in that was done.
Okay. John, if I remember correctly, I think I know what you're referring to with regards to detailing people out there to those departments and agencies for 2 years. I think they were detailed and they couldn't, but the problem is they were detailed there out of the governor's office budget because they couldn't qualify to fill the position that they were detailed to if you had hired for that position, because the position requirements were set by law that you have to have the advanced degree in that science and so forth. So,
No, sir, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm not disputing there may be instances where people like that were detailed out, but in the one instance where I'm talking about the 2 years was Chamorro Affairs. There's no science requirements for that, sir.
Okay, but there were other positions in which that happened, and I think if they had qualified for the position, their budgets would have been charged accordingly. But you couldn't because you couldn't fill the position with somebody that doesn't meet the requirements of the position. I'm not saying that again. That's one instance, I guess. So I thought you might have been referring to that one, and I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. That concludes all comments and dispenses with Imagilahan Guam. We're taking a couple of minutes break, but to get the Lieutenant Governor's office folks in. The Committee of the Whole is back in order, and we are now in item S, and this is Office of Isagundu Namalahin Guahan. Item S. Senator, oh man, it was a tie. Minority Leader, Senator Wanpat, then Senator Respicio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask if you can tell us the specific dollar amount in which you're going to incur a reduction.
The specific reduction for the Lieutenant Governor's office, ma'am, is $27,806.
Okay. So how then are you going to absorb this reduction?
We're going to cut from our operational expenses.
Okay, so then this the 10%
And salaries.
Okay, so I was just going to ask
The 10%
as well for the employees.
It was a painful Joint Chiefs of Staff memo that went out.
Okay, so plus then the 10%. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, my dear.
Okay, thank you, Senator Juan. Pat, Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out very quickly that the dynamic this time around is very different because when the legislature moved to separate the budgets of the governor and lieutenant governor, we had to follow that through by giving the lieutenant governor the hiring and firing authority. So I believe in this instance, this is one situation where the lieutenant governor, Dr. Mike Cruz, is going to be fully accountable for how he spends the resources given to him. This cut represents a 2.5% as well, right, Senator Carlotta? Of $27,806. And when you said that you were going to cut down on your operational side, I was wondering if it would be possible to just shift some of the work to the governor's office to make up for that shortfall.
It actually works the other way, sir.
You know, I have to say, just since you brought it up, Senator Respicio, we have a very close working relationship. I want to assure the people of Guam of what that working relationship has become. And we're definitely the new kids in town, and we're learning the ropes. The doors are open between us, and we definitely have we're involved on everything from civilian military task force issues to reorganization issues, permanent injunction issues. We work very closely together, and it's a very productive working relationship.
Is the governor back yet?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so Chairman Calvo is no longer the acting lieutenant governor? Because I would love to ask him a couple questions. But since
I wonder if I'm acting speaker now.
You're probably,
That's right, he's speaking now.
So I just wanted to point that out. Now that there's separate budgets and there's separation in hiring and firing authorities for this office, now we can look to the lieutenant governor individually to require that he be totally responsible for the now the $1.084 million that will be appropriated to that office for the remaining 6 months. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Respicio. Okay. Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bomba said that that the practice of assigning people from outside the departments into the governor's office is no longer in practice. Is there anybody at all in that situation in your office?
There was somebody that was on our staff. Well, I would say he volunteered on our staff. When we very first started out, that was Joe Mesa. And Joe Mesa was there for a period of 3 months, almost 3 months, and he was very instrumental in helping me as an incoming brand new chief of staff. He has the bureaucratic expertise and wherewithal to help. And there was a hope and a desire that we would be able to find a fix that was right, adequate, and perfect for him there. And it ended up that the best place that the governor chose and the lieutenant governor felt his expertise was needed was for him to go back to Guam Memorial Hospital. So he is now at Guam Memorial Hospital. Joe Mesa.
But just to clarify, when Mr. Mesa was with the lieutenant governor's office, he was not detailed from another agency, and he was not under the employment of any agency.
So is there anybody else in your office? So everybody in your office is being paid out of your office?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Absolutely?
What is it, Senator Pangilinan, what is your understanding that seems to take you down this path?
Well, for example, let's be straight up.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Your office sent over Mr. Palacios to see me on behalf of your office doing work for your office. Yet, from my understanding, I thought he was still deputy at DOC.
No,
No?
he's not. He's
not.
He's on the staff of the lieutenant governor's office.
Oh, okay. So when did that happen?
Since we started, my understanding is since we started this term that he is his GG1 was filled out and that he is a member of our staff.
Okay. All right.
You might have been confused when he went over there because he was DOC for so long that maybe
Right.
that's what you thought it was. But he's been a member of our staff since the term began.
Since January 1st, he's officially been transferred.
Well, I think that it took us a period of time till our GG1s are done, and and that's still an evolving process for me personally. But
yes,
he is
and the reason why I'm asking the question is part of the cost-saving plan by the Department of Corrections was to actually relieve some administrative personnel, even though they're needed, but that's the only way that they could save the cuts that were asked of them was to let some people go. And if that was the case and there was a deputy position that was funding a position out of the lieutenant governor's office, then, we could have reverted the funding back to the lieutenant, back to DOC, and kept those, maybe left the deputy unfilled, but continued to have those administrative personnel that's required to perform the functions of the department in place. So I'm glad that, I don't know then if the director knows that, because it surely doesn't reflect in his budget. So I'll have to take a look at that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Okay, we are in Lieutenant Governor's office. Senator, Senior Senator
just
Pinto.
briefly, I just want to welcome my former colleague, Senator Clara Leon Guerrero.
Happy
Nice to
Mr.
see you
Speaker.
here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here again.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Senator Shimizu.
Thank you very much, Carlotta. Welcome. Mr. Villaverde.
Senator.
Just being elected now since January, this is the previous budget that were passed. Now we're looking at it and putting it cut. But all I see here is a lump sum amount. Do you, by any chance, can provide me some information, because I was not there, as to how that 1 million, wait a minute, where am I? 1,084,437, and the cut is 27. Do you have here now just a summary, like, for example, how many in personnel, how many for supplies, how many? Can I have that copy?
Senator, yes. And I can tell you that we have...
No, wait. Do you have it now?
Yes, I have
Okay,
a copy.
Can we take a 1-minute recess?
Sure. We'll
To
take a
get the
minute
copy?
recess
Thank
for
you.
copies.
Carlotta,
Committee
thank you
to
very
hold
much,
back in
Mr.
order.
Villaverde.
Senator Shimizu, you recognized?
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, the appropriations here are a whole lump sum, and like I mentioned earlier, collegiality, at least customs and traditions on my part, is to respect what the different branches of government take, and I would hope also the governor will reciprocate in that regard. Because if we don't have that, like I said, taza respeto, taza alegro. But we have here a budget again of 1,084,437, and I noticed you included the lieutenant governor's salary in this budget. Isn't that a separate and apart? Okay. The other thing is that combined, if I understand correctly, one of the statutory requirement of the governor, and the lieutenant governor rather, is to be the keeper of the seal, right? That's the mandate. That's his job, to be the keeper of the man. The second thing, so we have $1 million budget to be the keeper of the seal, in mandates wise. And then we also have, under the lieutenant governor, the Guam Clearing House.
Yes.
That's an additional $310,000, 254.
That's
okay,
correct.
so is there any other additional funds that is wrapped into the office of the lieutenant governor?
No.
So
There's no additional funds, but there's additional mandates.
Okay, that's what I asked. Are there additional funds that is wrapped into it, whether it's mandated or not? What are those others?
The Lieutenant Governor of Guam is in charge of the island-wide beautification task force.
And how much is that being put into it?
That has a staff employee, Tony Lujan, who's on the Lieutenant Governor's staff, and then he's working with the Office of the First Lady. And so they're going around maximizing the opportunities within the business communities, within Chamber of Commerce, Rotary clubs, nonprofit organizations, to come up with different projects. And then he draws also on, at different times, depending on the projects, he draws on the clerical staff and support from the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Who is that
as
again?
needed.
I'm sorry.
Tony Lujan.
Okay, Anthony Lujan. Okay, so he's here. It's really out of the. So there's not an additional funds.
No,
No.
it's a mandate that the Lieutenant Governor has. And also, when the Governor and the Lieutenant Governor ran for office, they decided amongst themselves and presented it to the voters that the Lieutenant Governor was going to be handling all things having to do with the military relocation to Guam. So underneath, on his responsibilities, self-imposed mandate, if you will.
Yeah, it's a collateral. It's not a mandated by the laws of Guam.
The
It's
Beautification
an additional.
Task Force
No,
is-
the second one you're talking about.
Oh, no, the Civilian Military Task Force.
That's
is-
all I wanted to know. What is the
Okay.
mandates and are there any funds? Because we have a lot of unfunded mandates. So is this beautification one of those unfunded mandates?
It's not unfunded because we're funding it through the support of Anthony Lujan.
Oh, okay. Okay, but that's already within that $1 million.
Yes, within the
84,000
operational budgets.
for the lieutenant governor. So, is there any other mandated
State
other than the
Clearinghouse,
clearinghouse? Yeah,
the
that
Keeper
was
of the
there.
Seal, the Beautification Task Force, and then I explained the other duties that we've imposed upon ourselves, but those are not mandated by law.
Those are not mandates. Okay. Well, I just wanted to find out, what is the people of Guam going to get with the 1,084,437, and you explained it, beautifications, plus the 300,000, the clearinghouse, and any other self-imposed collateral activities that the lieutenant governor wants. But the main mandate of the lieutenant governor is the keeper of the seal. That's, I think, by I don't know if it's by the Organic Act. That's already mandated. And I will respect that because the people of Guam will decide, the price tag. And I'm really happy to hear that the governor and the lieutenant governor are getting along well. And maybe it might be something to think about and coming under just one budget for the governor. I come from 35 years. I was the first chief of staff to only one chief of staff in the governor's office. That was during Governor Badalio and Lieutenant Governor Eddie Regis, another colonel. And we had one chief of staff that for the whole office. And now I think we have one chief of staff at the governor's office, one chief of staff in the lieutenant governor, one deputy chief of staff in the governor. Is there a deputy chief of staff?
No.
In the lieutenant governor. But I'm happy to hear because I think the people of Guam likes to see when our leaders, at least in the highest office of the land, get along together, and that could, since they're getting along, it might be something to think about. Putting the budget into one, especially in this austere time. But I will respect the 1,084,437 for the lieutenant governor's office, and at his request, and let the additional the Guam State clearinghouses in that area. Are we going into the Guam State Clearinghouse because it's within the Lieutenant Governor's purview, Mr. Chairman, or something
I think it's best we get through all the questions. It's right afterwards.
Okay.
But if there's any questions on the budget for the Lieutenant Governor's office and and then what we'll do is once all those questions or comments have been dispensed with, then we can move right along to State Clearinghouse, which is right afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Kalada.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Shimizu, and actually that's about it for no other comments. Okay, then let's move along to. Okay, we're still. Question on the follow-up question?
Yes.
Okay, Senator. Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Only because they had broken down specifically what are the the other functions or duties of the Lieutenant Governor's office. And so every one of these, then at least the Island Beautification Task Force, I know is one person, but as an additional oversight is the Civilian Military Task Force. How many individuals do you have actually assisting with that task force?
Right now, the main support to that is Elaine De La Sola and myself. So as the Chief of Staff, my primary focus, in addition to operational duties, is to whip the Civilian Military Task Force and its subcommittees into shape and drive it towards a position that best represents as many people from this community so that we can present it to the military and have as many of our concerns as well as our proposed solutions taken care of. So that is Elaine De La Sola, and also we have support staff on that would be Faye Ovalis is also a support staff on that, as well as different support from the different clerical members of the team.
With the, is the
But I'm not exactly sure, excuse me if I may say, Senator, I'm not exactly sure as we're going forward because we've just completed our 3rd month. And since this is the largest Department of Defense project ever in the history of the world, it's possible that as we go further, as we go along, that there might be additional needs of our office to deal with this mammoth and most important project to the people of Guam. So even as I say that's who's working on it right now, I'm not sure if that's going to be able to allow us to keep up and keep ahead even of what's happening.
so you don't. So you're saying that eventually the Lieutenant Governor's office may have to avail itself then of other individuals from the different departments and agencies?
I don't know if we would need to have expertise and have a legal counsel that we might want to hire the services of for a few months, or if there would be the need to host some type of conference and bring everybody together, or as we go out to village meetings, if we would decide that that's something that we need to take on and to do to get wider participation at the table. I just want to say here right now to the legislative body that the task in front of us, that these are so many great unknowns, especially faced with the largest Department of Defense project ever, so that we have to bear in mind that we can't know 3 months into it that we know all the answers of what it's going to require of us to prepare our people.
Now, when the governor, by executive order last year, had then created the Civilian Military Task Force, and he as the primary chair of that task force, but it also included Goldhorn. Would then now the Lieutenant Governor be basically like the chair then, or co-chair as well?
Yes, that is something that's definitely being talked about. General Goldhorn is the chair of it right now. However, he's taken on additional duties. He's got, with the Homeland Security, as well as having so many of our forces in war zones. So it's being discussed at the highest levels, his ability to stay engaged at this time when such a huge, important event is marching towards us.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Wampad. Senator,
on the second round.
sure, please. I think Senator Guthertz had a question, then I'll get to you, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Guthertz.
Thank you, and our condolences to the Lieutenant Governor and the loss of his grandmother.
I'll pass that on to him. Thank you very much for your consideration.
You know, I was thinking here that I know, Carlotta, you have a lot of energy and ideas, and Roland, you folks are going to introduce some new approaches to the work of the office there. I have a suggestion, and first I want to find out, do we still have a governor's office in Washington, D.C.?
No, we don't.
We do not. Well, you know what I was thinking is, this has always been something that I was hoping that we would be able to do, and that is, frankly, as far as the Federal Programs Office that you're going to be overseeing, wouldn't it be great to have a grant writing office in Washington for Guam, staffed by top-notch grant writers who spend all of their time going to all the departments and agencies of the federal government, to monitor what grants are available, what the deadlines are, what the criteria are, and go back to that office and write all those grants on behalf of the people of Guam and submit them right on the spot. You know, what many state governments are doing now, they forego the governor's office and instead establish grant offices for their state right in the capital. And they have a computer system that's tied into all of the federal agencies. They're also tied into the Congress. They know what the Congress is doing. They're monitoring the Congress from moment to moment in terms of the kind of laws that are passed that provide opportunities for grants and so forth. And they have very competent people that their primary assignment is to generate revenue through federal grants and philanthropic grants, and many of these organizations are also in Washington. And renting the office space, hiring key competent staff to do the monitoring and the writing of the grants and the submission of the grants and interacting with the grant agencies, you know, one-on-one, I think could bring a lot of good things to Guam rather than just doing it, you know, by computer or telephone or even by mail. You know how many deadlines we've missed over the years because we don't get things in time coming to us, or we send things in and they don't meet the deadlines. This might be something for you to think about. How could we possibly get geared up for a massive effort at grant writing and capturing our share of those grants, both federal and philanthropic? What do you think of that?
Thank you very much, Senator. I think it's an excellent idea, and I think that right now I'm beginning to hear some growing discussion among different members up at Adelup of the need to set up a Guam office in Washington, D.C. to deal with the Department of Defense military buildup. And part of the reason, as we go to all these different subcommittees of the Civilian Military Task Force, we find out what the needs are going to be. As an example, I was in the Social and Cultural Committee this morning, and the gentleman from Historic Preservation Office tells us that it's a three-person operation, and what his fears are on their ability to deal with they're going to move $15 billion worth of dirt around the island, and that signature starts or stops a project. And so the need is huge for us to maximize their capabilities and maximize it beginning now, understanding what historic preservation needs are going to be now. So our efforts within the State Clearinghouse, whether it's here or as part of its functions end up being in a Washington office, is to begin writing these grants using our federal counterparts right now to get as much federal dollars as we can get in right now. We need to put people into degree programs right now to work on historic preservation and museum curations, archaeology, social work. These are the degree programs now. I could go off into what we need in social work, and I'm sure you understand. So this is a growing discussion. You've touched on something that is a growing discussion and a need that is being seen and identified.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. This would be in line with that, and just so you probably know, there's a federal grant book that lists all the grants that come out of the federal government every year. It is thick. Mm-hmm. It's by department, by agency, contains all the deadlines, describes the grants, what the application criteria are. Even copies of the application are contained in this publication. And we're just missing out on a lot of opportunities. And I think if we have a presence there that's dedicated, the clearinghouse, I don't think in the past was dedicated to revenue generation, really. But if this becomes part of your focus, how to generate additional revenues to meet some of our specific needs, and we have a presence in Washington to do that, I think it'll make a big difference for Guam. I hope you keep this legislature informed and let us know how we can help.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Guthrie. So that concludes everything on Lieutenant Governor's on item S. So with that, want to talk about State Clearinghouse or still? Lieutenant Governor. Okay, please, Senator Pangilinan.
Yeah. Carlotta, you mentioned that the lieutenant governor is responsible for coordinating the military affairs, military activities related to the buildup and so forth. Yet, Mr. Bomba and you said you may need to hire additional staff in the future when you know what those needs are.
And then I also said that we're working very closely with the governor's office on this. I work very closely with Senator Bomba as well as with...
Wait, I haven't asked you a question yet. Mr. Bomba said he hired 2 people to specifically, in his office, specifically to work on the military buildup. I thought you said the lieutenant governor and the governor had an agreement that the lieutenant governor would handle this.
Senator Bomba and the people that he has on his staff working on this are the ones that are working at the OEA level, that are working in the meetings in Washington, D.C., working with this level of group. The level, what the civilian group is doing, we're the ones that are dealing with the labor subcommittees. There's 11 subcommittees. So we're the ones that are out there going, there's like 3 or 4 of these meetings every single week. So we're the ones that are dealing with the issue here at home. So it's kind of split between what needs to be done off in Washington and dealing with federal brass and all these different kinds of people. I just spent 2 hours in a meeting with Chamorro Nation, the Guam Museum, members of the Department of Chamorro Affairs to talk about those issues that are of what's concerning them. So when you take a look at the size of it and as I'm sure you understand the magnitude of it, there's enough work for all of us, and we've kind of divvied it up in such a way that we're doing the work on here.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just wanted to understand that.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. That concludes discussions on item S. We're now moving along to item T, which is also under the Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Guam State Clearinghouse. So on Guam State Clearinghouse, Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard earlier testimony regarding probably growing this office, probably even situating an office in Washington. I understand by attending, I guess, a couple of meetings with the Congresswoman when she would be here that she has, I think, this capability in her office in Washington, and there's really a recognition of an increased grants available for throughout the world, of course. And I just wonder how, in what way is the local clearinghouse related to the office of the Congresswoman with respect to grants application and so forth, so that we can be coordinated about this, and that maybe the office of the Congresswoman can be fitting the local office of all available grants and work together, to improve grants approval and even minimize penalty for non-compliance with regulations.
Senator Palacios, I'd like to introduce Roland Villaverde. He's the one that's in charge of the Guam State Clearinghouse.
Thank you.
One of the things that we looked at upon taking office, upon me going on board in the beginning of February, was to determine essentially what are the landscapes and the constraints that we have in the current system. We realized, one of the realization is that we need to incorporate and embrace technology, the availability of technology, and to attempt to have our comment and reviews done using technology rather than hard copy paper, which usually takes quite amount of resources and time to prepare. Within the month period that the Guam State Clearinghouse, that I've been on board with the Guam Clearinghouse, we've actually initiated a website, and you can actually go and visit that website at www.guamclearinghouse.com. The forms are on it. It provides for, eventually, it will be an intuitive site that would allow for agencies to comment. It would allow for reviewers to read the statuses of the projects, to allow agencies and the general public to also comment on the review of the grants if they are potential stakeholders, and also to comply with the Federal Transparency and Accountability Act of 2006, which is a new federal requirement which requires state governments to publish
You know, there were problems in the past of non-compliance and, of course, penalty. Was exacting of the government of Guam, either reimbursement to the federal government or withholding of federal money. And is the clearinghouse interested in or has planned in perhaps improving, like I said, the compliance regulation of the grants, the reporting, timely reporting, the quality of reports, and the record keeping? Because I understand that those are the few of the problems that cause this government to be placed, for example, on high risk, and I understand those are for not complying with certain conditions. And so, is the clearinghouse connected or related such that you'll be able to address that and perhaps work together so that we can avoid those problems in the past, so that we can lower our from high risk to low risk, for example? We need these federal grants even more so, and it's available for the taking. We just have to follow rules and regulations. And is there any plan to, I guess, strengthen the the clearinghouse so that we have not only that we have more approved grants, but we have less penalty for non-compliance in the end? Could you give us a comment on that?
That's a very good statement you made, Senator. First of all, it's no secret that we have certain difficulties within our grant system, which allows for certain grants at this juncture to be at high risk, certain grants to receive certain sanctions, and it's a realization that has occurred to the office, which essentially is embraced as part of the initiatives of Executive Order 2007-04. And what that executive order does essentially is that it realigns the governor's authority in regards to what the governor's authority to the laws as it stands, in addition to the alignment of other federal laws that have been enacted by Congress, and also the executive order passed by the president, which is Executive Order 12372. Back in 04, we had a declaratory judgment issued by the Supreme Court, and essentially this particular executive order provides for that alignment to actually occur, where the governor's powers of general supervision and control over federal matters is absolute.
One last question. I don't know all the available federal grants, but what is the monetary potential here that may be available to Guam? Millions, billions? I don't know.
Well, currently, right now, Guam, with the 411 grants listed under its inventory, for fiscal year 08, it's about $223,878,000 of federal grants and aid assistance that Guam has on its lap. Last year was about $3 million more. It's very clear that we need to embrace, first of all, what we have at home to strengthen our infrastructure, to strengthen our ability to comply with the reporting requirements, the availability of the necessary training to have our current grant managers and personnel understand the dynamics involved relative to indirect costing and all of the other prerequisites in the management of grants. At this time, we believe that by strengthening first internally what we have on Guam, we can eventually start training new grant personnel to avail themselves and the ability to apply for the grants. The governor's office and the lieutenant governor's office currently has certain infrastructure in place, which would also allow for the executive office to actually initially apply for the grants and then bring them down to the agencies to actually manage. That's where actually the expertise and the facilitation of those grants would actually be at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Juan Pat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roland, I'd like to know how then are you coordinating any type with other grant writers throughout the government? All of the grants that are being written up.
Okay. I don't know if you received a press release about a week ago. We've been in collaboration with the Office of the Public Auditor, and we will be hosting a public sector accountants, auditors, and financial managers grant training session this April. It's going to be 2 sessions from the 18th through the 20th, and from the 23rd to the 25th, embracing approximately 60 participants locally.
Federally funded.
This is federally funded, I'm sorry.
So how do you, I mean, I haven't seen how this has worked in the clearinghouse, but how, I mean, where do you draw the line with the other grant writers, or is it just whatever is being written out there and it goes then to your office for clearing or to be signed off? I mean, how does that work?
Let me just explain as brief as I can and as short as I can. One of the things that we realize is that there in the past there appears to be some coordination issues in regards to who actually may apply for grants. One of the things that we have recently done is that we have communicated with the Office of Management and Budget, who controls the CFDA, the Catalog of Federal Domestic Assistance, that would essentially provide us with information of the availability of grants that are coming out, or grants that are existing, their due dates, when a notice of intention is supposed to be filed, when the availability of the grants, of new grants, will be available, what their due dates are. In addition to that, we have recently, just last week, become members of the Grants Institute, Grantsmanship Institute, in which we also will be receiving notices of other grant programs that are available to the insular areas, to Guam, and to the states. What we will be doing essentially is embracing the technology that I had mentioned earlier, and provide to the contact individuals at the various agencies who we determine these grants will fit, and send them those electronic mail and allow for them to actually digest and determine at their level whether or not those grants are conducive to their operations.
So how I mean, I'm trying to figure out a question for that. I mean, the information you've just given us then is something that you would coordinate with all the other grant writers throughout the government of Guam, or just to inform them, or does your office go out and seek these grants and write these grants for other departments and agencies who don't have, let's say, grant writers?
Well,
what role do you play with the other government departments and agencies in bringing in federal dollars?
I'll give you a classic example. We've met a couple of times. We've been in communication with the Guam public school system, essentially, to determine what constraints they have in meeting with their high risk situation that they have in all their USDOE grants. One of the things that was noted was that there was a need to essentially, first of all, allow for interagency communication to occur, in which we at this time are attempting to to promote utilizing our website. If you visit our website, it's currently under construction. Hopefully, we can launch the full website at the end of this month or early May. What it would embrace essentially is a forum which would allow the various grant employees within the agencies to actually come online, ask technical questions, and we would allow an answer and question session with them that they can instantaneously receive online. The other thing is that the announcements that will be given to us from CFDA, OMB CFDA, and also from the Grant Institute is to email those notices out, one. Number two, post those notices within the website. So essentially, we hope that the enterprising with the electronic media will hopefully embrace these other individuals to either take an active part or interest in grants, or will allow for the existing grant personnel and grant managers to actually seek assistance, technical assistance that will usually occur, that doesn't really occur at this point of time. Like, for example, if they have questions on indirect costs, they can easily notate within the forum their question, and at the same time we can provide an answer to it.
With all the cuts that's taking place now in the government, has your office then done anything, any kind of research, maybe in terms of securing grants to assist some of these other departments and agencies who could, smaller ones in particular, that could, be hurting as a result of the cuts in their agencies?
Senator, we've been on board now just 2 months. 2 months, and these are one of the things that we've looked upon. We currently have a federal programs office within the governor's office that we're looking at to essentially merge into clearinghouse, and there's a very distinct responsibility that each office has, because that particular office currently manages three programs that fund a specific operation. What we're looking at is, in this merger, eventually we would allow for within a certain period of time for the federal grants office at the governor's office to eventually provide those or move those grants down to the agencies where they rightfully belong, and utilize their expertise and their abilities to actually at the first juncture apply for grants for the government, and hopefully at that juncture we would have been provide training for these other agencies, so that when these grants actually go downstream to the state agencies, that they will actually have the ability to manage it. One of the things also that we're looking at is to allow for because of the Transparency and Accountability, Federal Transparency and Accountability Act of 2006, we will be requesting the agencies to submit to us their financial statements, which is a prerequisite of that act. And the beauty behind it is that it would allow us to also track and monitor the performance and the maintenance of effort of their programs. In the past, I don't know if it's been done, I can't answer it, but I think these are some of the tools that can be used, resulting from other mandates that the territory also must employ.
Thank you very much, Senator Wampat. Senator Respicio?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I understand the purpose of the Guam State Clearinghouse, and I know that it's the brainchild of former Lieutenant Governor Clay Mullen and our very own Speaker Pangilinan. Now, if this organization were to be run consistent with the spirit of the law, I think we could capitalize on a big opportunity to make sure that all of the grant federal monies that Guam should be receiving, we should know what those federal grants are. But more importantly, I think in the case of the Guam public school system, it's always been the compliance. So I wanted to ask Mr. Villaverde if the authority of the Office of the Guam State Clearinghouse is far-reaching, even into GPSS.
I would say at this point of time, yes. And let me just reiterate what I had mentioned earlier. Upon the passage of Executive Order, the adoption of Executive Order 2007-04, which essentially aligns the mandates provided by law of the clearinghouse, as opposed to certain judgments passed by the court, which also involved Comuna versus Wong and INS versus Chada. That particular executive order provides the ability for the state clearinghouse to establish what you say work groups to solve problems, work groups to also have the ability to apply for certain grants, work groups to, for example, establish a collaboration, how to enhance collaboration amongst the agencies on Guam. Another example would be to establish work groups as far as allowing for the prompt compliance for reports, the prompt and unequivocal ability of the agencies to allow for their required maintenance of effort to actually occur. Work groups to also allow for findings within our existing laws or operations within the government of Guam that currently prohibits or may not allow a certain grant or may impinge upon the ability of grants to actually operate or perform in accordance to what it was designed to do.
Are you currently assisting GPSS right now?
Right now, they are right now coming to the grant workshop this coming April. In fact, we've been in communication with the representatives of the U.S. Department of Interior, who's essentially providing the technical assistance behind this grant program, and we've communicated with them in an agreement to allow for more participation within the workshop coming from the grant personnel, the federal grant personnel from GPSS. The other thing that I've asked for is that just about last week I was in communication with Mr. PT.1 and asked that we be involved in their ability to comply with their mandates. They currently have a plan in which they are required to follow. At this juncture, we are not involved in it, but hopefully by next week we will have word whether or not we will be invited. We are requesting an invitation from those folks for us to better able serve them and to understand specifically where their high-risk situations are. About a month ago, we also met with GPSS. We met with Ms. Denali, who's the controller, and Mr. PT.1 and some other folks at the Guam Clearinghouse.
But how are they receiving you? Are they welcoming the assistance that the Lieutenant Governor's office can provide pursuant to the Guam State Clearinghouse?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I think they've realized that we are there to assist and to be in a working level environment where we're not there actually to tell them, hey, what is actually going on, but to actually render that assistance to them, the technical assistance that they may have. We've also recommended to them in our first initial meeting whether or not they've actually gone into the ability of negotiating their own indirect cost rates, and that's a separate matter. At this juncture, we know that the government of Guam is subsidizing the federal government, in fact, in our role managing the grants here in Guam. We currently have an indirect rate of 16.29 for fiscal year 05 for the period of September 30th, 05 to 06. Although it is an actual indirect cost rate approved by the Department of Interior, it does not negate the other central cost units that are there that usually may not have been charged. That would usually be much relatively higher if we actually incorporated our statewide cost allocation plan, just like other states.
The governor still signs off on all of the grants given to various line agencies, correct?
Oh, absolutely. That's
I mean,
required.
ultimately, and when I remember my experiences at the Department of Youth Affairs, even though the agency applies for that grant, nothing will happen unless the governor supports that program initiative, and he ultimately signs off as a grantor agency. Now, that's the role that the Guam State Clearinghouse plays to make sure that everything is compliant, right?
Absolutely.
But could the same be said for the federal funds given to GPSS?
I'm sorry?
Does the governor of Guam sign off on the federal grants given to the Guam public school system?
You know, it's an interesting situation.
And then your answer will help me determine in my mind where your authority begins versus where their authority ends in that line of demarcation.
In our initial meeting, I had mentioned to GPSS that all federal program grant requests should be submitted to the Guam State Clearinghouse. They are aware of that. However, because of the advent of technology, certain grants currently are applied for online. And at this juncture, we're trying to figure out how can we facilitate the requirement of being the single point of contact, the SPOC for Guam, as it relates to these e-grants that are online and that are required to under the Presidential Executive Order 12372 to have a comment and review period.
But isn't it always channeled through the chief executive, because the chief executive is required to come up with the state action plans? And then
Correct. Yes.
Because I'm asking this, Mr. Chairman, to see if the mandates which created the Guam State Clearinghouse needs to be tweaked a little bit to require even the Guam public school system to go through the Guam State Clearinghouse.
They are required
so that
right
you
now.
preserve the spirit of this.
Yes, they are required right now to go through the Guam State Clearinghouse. The only two agencies that are not required right now because of their accreditational elements
UOG and
involved,
GCC.
UOG and GCC. However, they are submitting to us copies of their notice of intentions and their applications to enable the government of Guam to keep at least on track their programs that they have applied for, and also to allow for our local agencies to determine whether or not their application for federal funds also impinge within their own state plans.
Your new appropriation level would be $310,000, $8,000 cut. Could you tell me what mechanisms you've instituted to prevent any duplication of efforts? Do any duplication of efforts with the various line agency federal grant folks, because they're obviously the bulk of that work comes from the agency, right?
Correct. Well, let me just reiterate first of all. There are what you call when we go through a comment and review period, and this not only involves federal grants, it also involves projects, federal projects. It also involves the surplus of lands. There's a clearinghouse, and we are the SPOC for that. For emergency reviews, like for example, we actually go through an emergency or declaration of emergency, then the Guam Clearinghouse also, that involves, for example, federal agencies, then the Guam Clearinghouse becomes the SPOC also. there may be misnomer that there are duplication of efforts involved, but no, these other agencies, like for example the Bureau of Planning, BBMR, are part of the elements involved in regards to the comment and review of these federal programs. Of course, BBMR would have to sign off whether or not the government of Guam will be able to sustain that program within its means, because it has to. Although funds are coming out, there's a period of time. It could be a couple of days, it could be no days, or it could be a month where a drawdown is actually made. So local funds from the general fund actually is utilized to cover that period until such time a reimbursement or a drawdown is brought forward. So as far as duplication of efforts, no, because the clearinghouse essentially is an instrument. It plays a vital role in regards to the authority of the governor of Guam or any governor of any state. It allows for the administration of that state, or for in this case Guam, to actually enforce its policies, its objectives, and it allows for the governor to actually practice and exercise his executive authority as far as federal funding is involved to Guam and also to other states.
Yeah, and that's why the head of state comes up with the state action plan, and every grant that they apply for should be consistent with that action plan in the area of law enforcement or any other area where we get federal funds for. Just a final question, Mr. Chairman, what's the total outstanding federal reimbursement right now based on the drawdown? The general fund fronts the money, and then we get the drawdown. At one point, it was as high as $50 million. What is it today?
I don't have that information with me. I can give it to you tomorrow. I got the statement from Lou, in fact, 4 days ago via email. It's in an Excel file. I don't want to state an amount because I might be wrong, but I can provide you that information tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need to emphasize how important the Guam State Clearinghouse is because we're at a point where cash flow-wise, we rely heavily on these federal resources, and I hope there'll be a day where we could just receive the drawdown prior to encumbering the funds, and I'm sure that's what these folks will be working toward. Right now, the general fund fronts the money, and then because of non-compliance issues or reporting requirements, lack thereof, we become a high-risk status, and so we don't capitalize on these monies that are owed to the islands, particularly Guam. Thank you. I look forward to talking to you a year from now and see where we're at.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Respicio. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just really confused now. Mr. Villaverde,
yes,
do you know Carlos Berdallo?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Carlos Berdallo? Are you guys in the same administration?
He's the director of BBMR, which is an agency.
Okay. I mean, the reason why I'm confused is because similar questions that I've asked, not in all the words, not in all the mumbo jumbo that was going back and forth, but basically, Mr. Carlos Berdallo, I'm sorry, in asking about his mandates and stuff, and if I remember, Mr. Berdallo goes way back to, I guess, over 20 plus years in regards to BBMR. And everything that was said in regards to what the clearinghouse was supposed to do and what they're doing is what BBMR is doing to date in regards to seeking out federal grants, making sure that all grants are in compliance, they have their expertise, they're monitoring, they sign off. And the reason why I asked the same administration, because I said, what exactly does a state clearinghouse do? He says, I don't know, you're going to have to ask them. That's what he said. Is Carlos lying?
I think he's
confused.
He's kind of confused because
kind of confused over 20 years. He's been confused over 20 years. Wow.
Anyway,
wow.
Senator Lujan.
Okay.
Yeah, I posed that question to him, and he said no. I mentioned that.
We can pull up the tapes.
Yeah, I know, but this is what he told me.
He misunderstood what I said.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, well, okay. Never, I know what I heard, and we can pull out tapes. Okay. In regards to GPSS and in compliance and things like that, I mean, you said everything goes to the clearinghouse. How many grants have you reviewed in 07 to date?
07 to date, 1, 2, 3. We're currently reviewing about 6 right now.
Okay.
6.
Okay. Are they the same grants that BBMR has reviewed?
They're going to have to review. They're part of the components of the review and comment.
Okay. Let me ask you this question: if the clearinghouse were to cease to exist today, are we just going to just fall off a cliff and go straight down to the Marianas Trench, or because, as Carlos has said, they have been responsible for this for the longest time, ever since, over 20 years?
First of all, Senator Lohan, under the mandates of BBMR, they are required, first of all, to sign off in any function. In fact, just about 2 weeks ago,
You almost have identical mandates anyway in regards to that clearinghouse and yeah.
not quite, Senator Lohan. BBMR has a very distinct function, and that function was spelled out about 2 weeks ago when the legislature went through a litany of what their mandates are. And part of their mandates, of course, is to allow their function as a budget office to review, to assure that essential allotments are made, that monies are available for disbursement, and of course on revenues received. That is their function. The Guam State Clearinghouse function is very different. It's very different from BBMR. It is an integral component of a governor's office. And when I say a governor's office, I'm not talking about just distinct to Guam itself. I'm talking about to other states, where it allows for the chief executive to actually promote the programs that he has, to allow for the chief executive to enhance or improve upon his policies for the territory. And not only that, but it also allows for the integration of a comment and review mechanism where there may be other state approved plans that may have an impact as a result of a specific grant application. BBMR, from my understanding, does not go to that extent. They don't. They only involve themselves in regards to the fiscal financial component of the grant. They don't actually go out and communicate with other agencies. And I verified this myself about a month ago, that they actually communicate whether or not there are other comments that they may have. Like, let's say if there's a grant on, or a project for that fact, from the military, Kilowarf, whether they coordinate with EPA, DPW. Such coordination does not exist. But when it involves the financial management of government, local, and federal funding, then they are involved. I hope that answers your question, Senator.
Not really, but that's all right. You know, because let me just say that again, we're not here in great times. This is very challenging times.
That's correct, Senator.
And we're just looking at repetitive services at this point, and what can we do with and do without. And again, what I'm saying, it has worked in the mandates of BBMR. It has worked in the past. It currently works, as Mr. Carlos Camacho said. They've been doing it ever since, and it's been working. In regards to compliance in different agencies and stuff, you have federal program coordinators that are in charge of monitoring and compliance in those areas. And again, they have worked in the past. We're looking at again, you know, in good times, and you know, we continue to have a fat government with a lot of money. We can subspecialize in areas. We're not in those times. We're not a fat government. We're extremely thin government, and getting thinner by the day. And what we're saying is that, and I understand the you know, your roles, and I look at your mandates. I've got the mandates. I got the mandate here basically. But again, what we have is almost a repetitive. You have maybe different way of approaching things versus another agency that is mandated to do a similar job, a similar position, a similar compliance. But what I'm saying again is we are in these times, and repetitiveness at this point, and looking again to what areas that this government can do without at this point to be able to get into survival mode, as opposed to just continuously, have a government that we have at this point. Down the line, hopefully in the very near future, we talk about the military buildup and money is coming into Guam. Hopefully, the $15 billion will be all spent here. Hopefully, half of that at least will be outside of the gates. But I'm just very concerned that in the answers and the mandates that I'm looking at, again, we don't have the luxury of repetitiveness and training at this point. We have an agency that does that. When I asked the question, and I can't believe for one instance that someone who's been there for 20 years was confused in the answer that I've asked him. It was straightforward. What do you do? What do you do? Are you the guys that do this, that seek this out? Are you the guys that monitor it? Are you the guys that sign off on it? Are you guys that seek it out? Are you the man? He said, yes. I don't know what part of my question he did not understand, that he wasn't the man. And so that's what I'm saying now. I'm asking you, are you the man? Instead of Carlos. Somebody's lying, unless you're the other kind of man. I'm adding on to his manliness, and that's not the kind of government we need. We need the man, not adding on to the manliness now. We're needing to look at, what I'm trying to say is the fact that BBMR is doing the same repetitive work that they're doing. That's what I'm saying. And Mr. Carlos Berdallo was here. I asked him
man
questions.
and man comparative. Continue, Senator Lujan.
Are you the one in charge of seeking out grants and compliance and monitoring? And he said he was. They were.
Yeah.
I said, how long have you been doing it? He says, over 20 years. Now we're saying that really they're not really doing this. They have a certain entity, and I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that we have an agency that is working at this point. We cannot afford repetitiveness in programs that we have, and then we're looking about compliance and the federal programs, the federal mandates, and the different agencies. We have federal program coordinators that are in charge of monitoring and compliance thereof of those grants. So again, we're trying to.
Can we have a little quiet back there?
We're trying to again look at the areas of this government that maybe are repetitive in nature, and look at how to try to slim this government, as opposed to keeping a status quo government, because that's the situation we're in at this point. Is we need to continue to slim size this government, and I'm confused as to who really is in charge. But based on mandates, based on, I tend to believe Mr. Carlos Berdallo, in the sense that he had said, we've been doing this. We're the compliance officers, basically. We seek it out. We monitor. We have the expertise. As far as he knows, we've been doing it ever since. And he's been there over 20 years. So with that, Mr. Chairman, again, I stand by my statement of what I said a few days ago, that this is an area that we need to cut. I stand by that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Lujan. If there are no other Senator Shimizu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I listened with great interest, and Mr. Ron Villaverde, I have known you, and I think you bring credibility to the clearinghouse. Because really, the clearinghouse has always been one of those quiet, non-pretentious agency within government of Guam. But really, I really believe that it does place a major role and great possibilities, and I think you will be able to bring those possibilities in terms of getting more of the agencies to start being more aware of other avenues, other revenues, different ways of looking at how we can enhance the revenue streams. And I think you being the director there, it's a whole new breath of fresh air. So I want to commend you with that. And it's true, maybe some people don't understand all of the intricacies of this little, agency or bureau, the clearinghouse, and so forth. But I tell you, with assertive leadership and leadership by examples, and you go out there and you develop the cadres among the different agencies, then we can go and start capturing more and more revenues. There is no confusion on my part, the difference between the clearinghouse and BBMR. BBMR are the beans counter. You're the ones that's going to go out and bring in more of the beans, so we can start growing the revenue streams to come in. And if what you say you're going to do, and you do it, I think every penny that we put into the clearinghouse, under the leadership of the Lieutenant Governor himself, would maximize and can bring great influence to your role. You got to remember that little mustard seed, right, grew into a break. Chairman, that's all I wanted to do. I can understand maybe my good colleagues' confusion and Senator Gutter's confused, but on my side, it's very, very crystal clear. Because he's absolutely right. He's been there ever since. So, Roland, I want to commend you. If there's anything that I can do to help your office to expand further, please feel free to call on Senator Lohan. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shimazu. Senator Gutherts.
Everyone here has some great ideas, and I can understand what Senator Lujan is getting to, that we've got to make sure there's a distinction so that we're not duplicating effort. I think that's part of the meat of his statement. Now, I look at the clearinghouse. Historically, it was sort of a compliance office, ensuring that the departments and agencies with federal grants followed the requirements and they met the deadlines and all this kind of stuff. But now, of course, and I'm glad that you indicated you're looking at it a little differently, identifying potential grants and working vigorously to get those grants. I have an idea for you, and a couple semesters ago, over at the School of Business, the Public Administration program offered a course in grant writing to our students, a 3-credit-hour course. And the end result was the final requirement for the course was that the students must write for a grant, and any student that got a grant approved, and of course they did this on behalf of departments and agencies. They wrote a grant, for example, for this agency or that agency and so forth, and after they learned how to write grants, then they had to interact with the agencies to get the information, what they need, and so forth, and get the data. And then they wrote the grant applications. And at the end of that semester, there were 26 students in the class. 7 students garnered approved grants for those agencies. I'd like to suggest to you, maybe you can work with the University School of Business and Public Administration and try to have a more formal relationship with interns from the School of Business and Public Ad who have taken these classes, who can intern with you folks to write grants to help you. This would be great for the students. It would be great for you. It would bring you some additional human resources at a time when we don't have a lot of money, and the students would be very excited to do it as an internship. So just a suggestion, you can talk to Dr. Ning Lee, he's the chair of the program, or even Dr. Ron McNinch, and see how they can work with you. This could be graduate students or undergraduate students, but leverage resources and work with the students, because I think they could produce a lot of good things for you.
Thank you, Senator Guthertz. I was just telling the chairman that that's a rock-solid assignment for a public administrative student to get. And thank you for the good advice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Guthertz. Any other comments or questions? If there are no other comments and questions, I want to thank Senator Carlotta Leon Guerrero. Roland, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, my condolences to the Lieutenant Governor. And with that, we're going to take a minute recess to go to our next agency.